We'll start the meeting here for City Council of Villa Park for the 23rd of September. And I guess the first item is to call the roll here. Jared, do you want to do that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Mills?
Here.
Councilman Pauly?
Here.
Councilman Reese?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasenelli?
Here.
Mayor Barnett?
Present. And who should we have do the pledge today? How about
Jim Clearup.
Jim Greer?
Jim Clearup.
Let's have Carl do it.
Okay. All right.
Let's have Carl. Oh, yeah, let's have Carl do it. We'll pass it around.
Thank you, sir. Ready? Let us begin.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, well, I guess it's time for Chief for our fire update.
Good evening, Mayor Barnett and fellow council members. My name is Ron Roberts. I'm one of your battalion chiefs assigned to the city of Villa Park. Since the last council meeting, I'm happy to say your firefighters have been busy and have been active, which I know may not sound good, but they've been out in the community. They've been working hard. Since your last council meeting, calls for EMS service have been a little more than average from what we usually experience. But then again, with the heat that we had recently, you can imagine that that was for a large part of our calls. I'd also like to, if you weren't aware, and I'm sure you were probably, you saw the smoke that broke out on the morning of the 12th. Your firefighters from Station 23 were an active part of that. They were on the initial attack and were actively engaged in the firefight. As they are a paramedic engine company, they were used when a firefighter suffered a medical emergency, and they were able to get that firefighter off the line and subsequently treat and get him to a nearest receiving center where he was treated for a few more hours and released. I would like to bring it to your attention and also the residents of the city that on the 11th of October, Saturday, we will be holding an open house at Fire Station 23. We will also be holding it at our Regional Fire Operations Training Center, our headquarters, if you will, at 1 Fire Authority Road. Everybody is welcome. Your firefighters would love to see you, love to talk to you. Come on by and visit. That should start at 10 a.m. and go till about 2 p.m. And with that, that concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, I think we have the Sheriff's Department up now, so Lieutenant Gunsel, you want to brief us?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Part 1 crimes for the month of August, still trending down from this time last year. We had 8 Part 1 crimes, 5 residential burglaries. I have an asterisk on that, and I'll get back to that in just a sec. 1 petty theft, 1 vandalism, and 1 stolen vehicle. Stolen vehicle, real quick, was they're not sure if there's something to be, I haven't found out yet, but there's something up with that. It was a construction truck at the dead end of Sharon Lane. If you're all familiar with Sharon Lane, it's a dead end cul-de-sac, and this was 7:30 in the morning. So I'm sure something may come up with that, but it was a construction truck that was left there. For the burglaries, we had 2 of them with no loss. As many of you know, there's one that was kind of got notoriety because of the alarm went off, and the people were in the house, the suspects, for about 3 minutes. The person had an alarm system on their house, scared the suspects away, it appears. Deputy Muir got there within 4 minutes, and the person was gone. From the 4 minutes from the time of the initial call. Another one, no loss, that they suspect the same thing. One of the burglaries, it was a burglary, and I won't go into details about it in open forum, but someone at the house was there and invited someone to the house. Person's a minor, so I don't want to get into details about it. But those are the 5 burglaries. 2 of them look like they were legit. 2 without loss, and then 1 where the homeowner's minor child had something to do with it. So anyway, 8 total Part 1 crimes for the month. We only had 1 code 3 response in the month of August, and it was a 3-minute and 11-second response time. So I don't have anything further if anybody has questions for me. Awesome, thank you.
All right, this is a chance for oral communications. So anyone who would like to address a matter that's not, okay.
Foundation.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. We've got a presentation from the foundation that wasn't on here. I apologize. I was advised of it. No, go ahead. If you've got the foundation. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you know what? Let me at least finish then. I thought we were interrupting for the foundation presentation. So this is going to be one of the oral communications. This is a chance where anybody in the community wants to come up and speak on a matter that's not agendized on the calendar. You can come on up and have, I think we've got up to 5 minutes for you to go ahead and speak and be heard on an issue. So with that said, go ahead, Jay.
Thank you. Mayor Barnett, members of the council, city manager, staff, and residents of Villa Park. My name is Jay Catani. I reside at 10522 Cedar Hill Circle. I've recently committed myself to run for city council, and I'm fully dedicated and I'm fully committed to do this and to serve the community. Lately, you guys probably saw a lot of signs out there, and it's election time, as you all know. November 4th is a big day, and I want to make sure that everybody makes the right choice, a choice that you could trust. It's not a popularity contest, and I want to make sure that everybody's ready for that. I'm here for you. I'd like to serve the community, and for anything that anybody here would like to talk to me about, I'll be here for the rest of the night. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, members of the council.
All right, would anyone else like to be heard on any matters that are not on the agenda?
We're going to go back to the community services.
Yeah, okay. Who's here?
Julia, you want to make your,
Right, if you want to come up for the Community Service Foundation, I'm sorry. I keep sidelining that. And I should also apologize. I left my hearing aid at home. I got somebody to bring it down, so I'm having it's a little tough here, so. It's on its way? Okay, great. Sorry to interrupt you.
I've got a loud voice. It's okay. I'm Julia Peterson, and 10262 Camden Circle, Villa Park. You guys have probably seen my face before because I've been in charge of the Halloween Fest. This is our 13th year to be having the festival here in the city of Villa Park, and I'm here to just remind everybody to come out and enjoy the festival. It's going to take place as usual right here in front of City Hall and throughout the parking lot on October 30th, and it falls on a Thursday evening this time. We still have the hours of 4:30 to 7:30 for the actual festival. We will have all the usual great things. We will have lots of vendors who are trying to raise money for their community groups, which we're very proud of that we've stuck to. We also have some private vendors who will be coming to sell their goods as well. We'll have Rotary coming out and doing their hot dogs and their hamburgers, or their, I think Jill calls them Franken-weenies or something like that. And we'll have kettle corn and shaved ice and all the fun stuff that the kids love. We'll have trick-or-treating throughout the shopping center for the majority of the merchants in the area. We'll be handing out candy, and there will be a costume contest as usual with prizes. There will be a dog costume contest again this year, thanks to Andy Mills being in charge of that. And so my committee and I are, hard at work trying to make sure that it's another successful event. There will be a hayride and all the usual activities that are going on that evening. If anybody's interested in coming out to support, sell something for their community, whether it's one of the high school sports teams or Girl Scouts or anything, to please contact us, and you can go on to the city website to find out how to do that. Or if anybody'd like to come out and volunteer, we're always welcoming volunteers to come out and help decorate and do those types of things. Lots of prep work going on just before the event. So do you guys have any questions about the event at all, or?
I just have a comment. Thank you so much for doing it. It's always a hit.
Oh, good.
I love it.
It's
Thank
my
you.
pleasure. Oh, I also want to point out that the activity is for 12 and under, for the trick-or-treating part, the children that we encourage. Older than that can come out and volunteer to help, but it's mainly set for 12 and under. So, and there will be there's a coloring contest and a pumpkin decorating contest as well, and those flyers will be handed out at the 2 elementary schools as well as at the library, and we usually put some like over at Coffee Grove and some in City Hall, so people can get that and participate and turn those in if they'd like for a prize as well. So, thank you. Thanks for your support.
Thank you very much. There we go. Come on, go ahead, come on up.
I hadn't planned on this, but I also would like to note that the dog adoption is going to be October 4th on Saturday at the Greenbelt, Fitchin Ranch, and Lincoln and Wanda. It's going to be there from 9 until 12. It's going to be all kinds of dogs and all kinds of people that are involved in finding a forever home for dogs. So if you're there, come and see us, and maybe you'll find somebody to walk with a friend, because that's our theme. Thank you.
Carol, how many dogs were adopted last year?
5.
That's,
5.
That's great.
that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on a non-agendized item? Okay, it appearing not, we'll move on with the public hearings. It appears we'll waive the reading of any ordinances in full and just utilize the published ordinance as a basis for proceeding. I'll just make that admonition with regard to all the items.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Quick comment. Being that I live up Feather Hill Street off Mountain View, I have to recuse myself, so I'm going to go in the back room. I live too close to where all the action is. So it's not my choice. That's just the rules, guys. So.
Would you do me a favor while you're out
Yeah.
there? Right in the console center of my closet thing in the middle. I can't hear you.
Okay, I'll bring it.
Appreciate it.
Although I've got to plug my ears.
No, that's fine. We'll get through that.
I could do that.
Okay. We'll call item number 1. Jared, you want to make the announcement on that one?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the consideration proposed parking restrictions on Feather Hill, Mountain View Circle, Bryn Mawr Drive, and Dotson Way. Let me unfreeze the projector here.
Do we have a, there we go.
So this request was submitted by the residents in the area for parking by permit only on the 4 streets, 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The numbers are constantly changing. I was just submitted more petitions right at the start of the meeting, and it looks like we've gained support on Dotson Way now. 21 out of the 29 support restrictions on Feather Hill, 2 of 2 on Mountain View, 5 of 29 on Bryn Mawr, and now 15 of 19 on Dotson. The current restrictions in the area for parking, Feather Hill, the first 9 homes on each side up to Mountain View Circle, has parking by permit only on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. And then Serrano Avenue has limited parking. Both sides of the street, and it's as marked on school days between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. to 12 to 3:30 p.m. So after 3:30 p.m. and outside of those hours, you're free to park as you wish, as long as it's not in a red curb or in front of a fire hydrant. Staff's recommendation, and your packets have changed, is to now approve the permit requests on Feather Hill, Mountain View, and Dotson. And this has only changed as of 10 minutes ago when I was submitted the new petitions. Deny the request on Bryn Mawr because we do not have the support. And then the exception to this are going to be the pool cleaners, the gardeners, construction workers, service vehicles. I'm hoping our sheriff's department can identify what a Roto-Rooter truck looks like and will know not to ticket them. Large gatherings, if you're having a wedding or an event at your house, call City Hall ahead of time and we'll notify the sheriff's department. They won't ticket you. I do not plan on issuing passes just because that would be an administrative nightmare. But we will waive the restrictions, and it happens all over the city. There's a timeline for this. Say it's approved tonight. We'll install the signs throughout October. We'll notify the residents in the area, and we'll distribute the permits. I'll let Brad come in. And we'll distribute the permits. Typically, we've given 4 residential permits per house. Those are window stickers in the lower corner of the windshield on the driver's side. And then 8 guest permits per resident, and those guest permits just either sit on your dashboard or they hang from the rear view mirror. Here's an example right in front of me. We have these in stock. I'd have to order some stickers. So that allows for the the grace period and the installation distribution throughout October. The grace period again is going to be November 1st through the 17th, a couple weeks. Picked the 17th because it was a Monday, easy date to remember. And then we'll begin the parking enforcement. And if you get a ticket, it's $53. Pretty quick and dirty. The only thing I would like to make note of is if we approve parking restrictions by permit on the 3 streets, my guess is everybody's going to park on Dotson or Bryn Mawr, and a couple months later they're going to be pretty frustrated with it, and we'll be seeing them in here with the request. Just my assumption. Can't guarantee anything, but it's something to keep in the back of your head while you consider this request. If you wish to approve it tonight, the resolution is before you, and it is number 2014-3296. The only thing I would have to add is section 3BD.1, which would add Bryn Mawr to the list of streets. With that, again, we're available for any questions that you may have.
I have one question, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Be my guest.
Jared, is there an expiration date on the permits that are issued to residents? So once they're issued, they're just issued. Okay. So it's a one-time thing. It's not a long time, repeatedly harassing staff with additional administrative burden.
Nah, I mean, folks that we've seen come back in have got a new car, or they sold a vehicle, and maybe the permit was ripped up or lost because it was left on a dash of a previous guest. But it's the nightmare is the first month while everybody comes down to City Hall and picks up their permits.
And we've done this in other locations in the city, and that's gone fairly smoothly when they've been issued.
Fairly smoothly. Most recently on Collins, that was only 4 homes, so that was pretty easy. We're talking, 60 homes in this area. Shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you.
Are those numbered?
No, they're not.
They're not numbered?
So they can be copied?
Yeah, might be a good idea to number them, because then the sheriff could know what legit numbers. If there was a question, he could check it.
I would support that. We don't have the staff for it, unfortunately. Some of the requests will be here on the weekends. No staff's here on the weekends, so it would be more of a headache and work than actually worth.
Okay, that's the guest parking.
What about other residents in the city parking there?
It wouldn't be allowed. You'd have to live on Feather Hill or Bryn Mawr, Dotson, one of the streets.
That seems kind of unfair to me because the city owns all these streets. I think that's a key point. I don't think that you can stop the other residents in town from doing that, actually. Obviously we can, but I think there's a possible issue with that.
I have a few issues, if I can bring them up.
Yeah, anybody else got any council members got questions of staff?
Okay, I do.
Go ahead.
All right, Mountain View. Is that a private street? It is. Okay, so if it's a private street, how we regulate the parking and give them a permit that we regulate, even though it is a private street?
It is a private street. We have the approval from both homeowners. We'll have to come back at another meeting to clean that up.
Okay.
They'd have to give us the authority to regulate parking on their street, and in a roundabout way they have by approving to the restrictions in the petition that was sent.
Okay, the second issue is did notices go out to all those 3 streets? Because I asked for notices to go out to Mark also, because I was afraid of this happening. And at the time that I asked, you said you were only going to recommend Feather Hill. Now that's changed, and Mark has not been notified. So you have 4 cul-de-sacs, 3 of them that are going to have permitted parking. Where are they going to park? They're going to go to Mark. And I think it's unfair for those 28 residents who have not been notified at all that any of this is even happening. And that's an issue that I think that we need to notify them. Thirdly, there are 2 schools there.
If you're going to make the arguments, this was our opportunity to inquire staff. I think we'll go back to the community and then come back and address our issues. If you've got something more staff, Deanna, I'll be quiet.
Well, I want to know whether or not the district's been notified that now, because I notified the district only of Feather Hill being recommended, so they don't know that now we're going to recommend another street, and it is an issue for the district. So they may have come here, may not have come here, may have addressed it, I don't know. but everything's changed now in the last 10 minutes of
Right, I
of
don't know
being
if the
here.
staff recommendation affects the notice, though. Do you know, Jared?
The notice went out about the public hearing.
Yeah.
That's all I can do. It's constantly changing, it's constantly fluid, and I can't keep them possibly up to date, especially since I got new petitions.
That's probably a legal issue. I'm not aware that the staff position changes the notice rule, does it?
No, it doesn't.
So we're good anyway?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anybody else have any questions of staff?
Yes, I had a question that there's such late results coming in, and this changes everything right beforehand. Doesn't this all have to be agendized 72 hours in advance? All the results?
item was agendized. It doesn't change the noticing requirements. The noticing requirements is 72 hours in advance.
I see. Okay.
And parties are aware of the issue. Some facts may change. but-
Okay. All right.
Okay, well, with that, if council doesn't have any more questions of staff, we'll go to the community. So this is going to be interesting, I'm sure. So if we can make this orderly, all of you that'd like to speak, maybe we can start over here. Whoever'd like to be heard on this, go ahead and take the podium and give us your name and address and your comments. Now, this is really a surprise. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
First, we want to thank the council for taking our petition and giving it and putting it on the agenda for vote tonight. We appreciate that very much.
Can you announce your name for
I
everyone
appreciate
watching
that
us?
very much. I forgot. Mary Beth Felson. I live at 9622 Feather Hill Drive, Villa Park. Second thing, just an update. This is just a first step. We know this is not a solution to the Sereno traffic problem. This is just to protect our streets from really chaotic and unsafe traffic. But we are going to OUSD. We have already met with the board and the superintendent, thanks to Diana Ficinelli, who brought us to the meeting, and we're meeting with the superintendent of schools tomorrow afternoon. So we will continue to work with the school, with this council, and with the residents to come up with solutions. But we think this is an important first step, and we ask you to vote for it. Please vote yes tonight.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard?
Hello, Mayor Barnett, City Council and City staff and residents of Villa Park. My name is Karen Christensen, and I do live at 9691 Bryn Mawr Drive in Villa Park. Yes, we have had a lot of action on our street, but 18 houses were originally built on Bryn Mawr Drive, the first 9 and the second 9 over here. It is an interesting fact that in 45 years, 9 of the 18, which you know is 50%, are still the same homeowners. And all 9 of them signed my petition that we do not mind having parking on our street. And you might say, why? It was a great advantage living on Bryn Mawr Drive with all our children going to the 3 schools. It was maybe 4 minutes to Serrano Avenue, 45 seconds, although my son said he could make it in 11 seconds to Ciravilla, 5 to 6 minutes to the high school, all the activities across the street, which we felt all these years is healthy activity. It's not like we have a factory across the street or noise going on that's objectionable noise. So I did obtain 22 signatures on basically our 18 houses that were originally built. The 11 houses built on Upper Bryn Mawr were built maybe 4 or 5 years later. Because of time, I did not have quite enough time to get up to that part of the street, but I thought it was an interesting fact that 9 of the original 18, some have lost their spouses in this 45 years, but they all signed the petition. And I'm stating, as I did with this petition, to notify you that all the below signed residents and homeowners residing on the street of Bryn Mawr Drive are against the adding of additional parking restrictions in addition to the present restriction existing and in force as of this date on Bryn Mawr Drive, Serrano Avenue, from its intersection with Santiago Boulevard east to Nichols Avenue. 4 people who happened to sign, Mary Beth petition said, oh, they didn't know what it was about. They signed it and they didn't mean to sign it. They now have signed this petition. The two schools and weekends and evening sports events create the need for parking, but this is not required except for short periods of on and off times and days. If parking is prohibited except for local residents, there will be an enforcement problem, and it will create parking problems in the nearby streets of Nichols Avenue, Taft Street, and Santiago Boulevard. Most of such streets have no parking provisions already. And this was written by a former retired attorney on our street, Hayward LeCrone, who accidentally, or said he signed Mary Beth's petition and he didn't realize, because on April 26th of this year, I noticed a baseball sign, metal baseball sign, was put up on our street, also on Feather Hill, also on Dodson. I went right out and hid it behind Agnes's bushes because I did not feel that we didn't want to have people park on our street. So then I immediately called 7 homeowners on that street. Do you agree with me that you don't mind having the parking? Yes, I agree with you. Agnes says, I agree with you. So they really feel on our street that where else are they going to park? In the sky somewhere? Most of the people feel it's maybe not an easy solution, but they do, by and large, think that it's probably the responsibility of the school district. For all of these advantages, we don't mind the extra parking during the needed times. We feel it's healthy activity. We don't want our relatives and friends to feel they cannot come to our house for weekends, holidays, or extra meetings and social events because they don't have parking permission stickers. It would put an unnecessary burden of those of us living on Bryn Mawr Drive to have to get permission for our guests or friends at odd on and off times. There seems to be ample space behind Serrano Grade School, this has been suggested, and with Cerro Villa's expansive field to provide enough space for extra temporary parking. Our son, who happens to be a principal, has been at a middle school and grade school over the past several years in Fountain Valley, states that none of their schools have anywhere near the amount of green, expansive, open fields. So I would like to state on behalf of Bryn Mawr Drive, please do not restrict our coming and going and our pleasure of living on Bryn Mawr Drive by requiring restricted parking from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on every day of the week. Thank you.
I presume by now, yep, there we go. We'll have some more speakers. Guess not. There we go. All right, well, I've been misled twice here. Who else would like to come up and speak? Go ahead, be my guest. Like a quarterback sneak.
I'm Jim Clarup, live at 9632 Bryn Mawr. My wife and I are vehemently opposed to this no parking. We have lived there for 45 years and have never had a major parking problem. Our only problem really is Serrano getting to and from, and this does not address that in any way. I think it would be truly a major inconvenience to any resident to have to hand out those parking permits. A couple weeks ago, we had 30 for dinner. Am I to stand out there and hand parking permits and then turn around and collect them at the end? No, I'd much rather be in with my guests. My wife has 12 for book club tomorrow. That means she would have to hand those out to each person. It is a public street, and we should be able to park on it. Our guests should be able to park on it. And I really also am opposed to the concept of having it on some streets and not on the other, because that just pushes more cars over onto one street. And I don't think that's a fair deal.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Come on up.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Brad Eder. I live at 9661 Janus Circle in Villa Park. I'm here tonight on behalf of Villa Park Little League as our new president. As you know, Villa Park Little League has been playing on these fields at Saravilla Middle School for over 50 years. I was one of those fortunate enough to play on those fields myself from the mid-70s to the mid-80s. The league has been a good neighbor. It's been a pillar of the community. And we already have parking restrictions. For our families and our kids to have to be moved further away from the fields to park is a safety issue, if nothing else. Certainly an inconvenience, but to have these kids have to walk further to their playing fields is a safety risk. And where do you draw the line? My understanding coming in tonight that it was Featherhill, and now it's 3 or 4 potentially more streets. Where does it stop? We're setting a precedent that's going to be very difficult to stop. I've also understand that some of the concerns relate to school drop-off and pickup and to soccer tournaments, which are played on the weekends. There's already parking restrictions on the weekends. We don't park on the weekends on Featherhill. We're during the week. For there to be a restriction Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday after 4 o'clock is impacting one youth group, Villa Park Little League. We're the only ones that use that field during the week after 4 o'clock. As has been said by other people, not one resident on those streets can say that they bought that home not knowing that there was a field, a school, and ball fields being right across the street. This is not a new issue. And, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You've got residents that get to live across from arguably the only park in Villa Park. There's a lot of benefits to that. And unfortunately, there's some downside as well, but you can't have it both ways. At the end of the day, public policy is a balancing act. And in the present case, the petition that's been brought before you balances the advantages to the few to the detriment of the majority. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Jay? Oh, here we go. Go ahead.
My name is Lori Triber. I live at 9682 Dotson in Villa Park, and I wanted to address the question that was raised that a couple things. One was this situation with the Little League, and the point being that all of us on the streets being impacted by the school traffic and sporting events, that we bought homes near a school, so we should have known. When we purchased our home, we did research that. The school at that time, we were told, Saravilla, for an example, was the capacity of 600 students. It is 1,100 to 1,200 students at that school now. What we agreed to live with and what we're living with are completely two different things. We are a parking lot for every event in that location. So I understand that we have residents here that would like to use the facilities there, but you've got 40-some homes over here that are being impacted, tremendously impacted. We have been trying to discuss this for over 7 years. So now the thing is if we protect ourselves and it's going to push the problem to other streets, then they're upset that it's pushing it to their street. So it's kind of sounding to me like it's collateral damage on our 4 streets that we should have known better. Well, we knew there were schools, but like I said, not the attendance records of these schools. Between the elementary, Saravilla, and Villa Park High, there's 4,500 students in 1.5 blocks. Main parking are the streets that are in question on this parking permit and the zoning issue. And it isn't fair to us that we should be the ones bearing the burden of all of this stuff because everybody wants it that way. This is what we as our residents feel we need to enjoy our home and to have what we paid for. If we had known there was going to be this many people in that small area, believe me, it would have made a huge difference in the decision that we made. So I understand their point, but everybody can't keep saying, well, if you do this, it's going to push it to another problem, so that we continually are in the same position. It's been 7 years for me. I know it gets dropped because people get exhausted with it, and then it comes back up, but at this point, we feel we have no other options but to continue to try to pursue a solution to this, because it is no longer that we can let it drop and it's livable for us. It's just not. So I'd like to say that, and I'd appreciate that consideration when you're considering the permitting.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Donna Buxton, 9512 Dodson Way. I would like to just expand on Lori's comments. In addition to the increase in the school sizes, there also has been a huge demographic shift, such that most of the students at those schools do not even live in Villa Park. All of them they aren't being bused in, they aren't walking and riding bicycles, they're being driven in. So that's also a significant change that has occurred over the years, and that's part of the impact. With regards to Mr. Etta's comments, we already have a safety issue. And the point that we're trying to make, that it's time for Orange Unified School District to do something to accommodate the traffic flow through the area that's trying to get to their schools. They've increased the size of the schools. They've opened the school district. We have people coming from all over the place. And yet the parking situation has not changed, nor has there been any effort to address the traffic changes that have resulted from some of those changes at the schools. So we ask for you to please help us to protect ourselves at our properties and put the responsibility where it lies with OUSD to address this situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
We spent a lot of time. Mary Beth Felsen, 9622 Feather Hill Drive. When our committee got together and put this petition together, we spent a lot of time thinking about all the impact it would have. We are not anti-school. We are not anti-student. We are not anti-Little League, soccer league, anything. But this was the only option presented to us that we could take to reduce the impact of traffic and the safety issue on our streets, and we have taken it. And we ask you to vote yes on it. We are committed to working with, again, the city, OUSD, to get this fixed. We are not a fly-by-night group. We're going to stick with this. But in the meantime, we need to have some security, because it is very, very bad on our streets right now. So this is the time now. We have voted. We have a majority of homeowners who want this. In a way, it's pushing back, and it's saying no more. And if it gives us an incentive to fix the problem at the schools by both the city of Orange, they're involved in this too, and Villa Park, then now is the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? It appearing not, we got council members that would like to be heard on this.
I've worked the most on this particular problem over the last 6 or 7 months, so let me start here, because I have had several meetings with Orange Unified School District. Again, we'll make it real clear. They run the school, we own the streets. So, and that's exactly what they will tell you if you meet with them also. On the other hand, the enrollment is down from the last couple of years. They are reducing the portables. They have actually removed them. So when they remove them, they cannot add any more students. That's how they're able to reduce it. This year, the number of children per classroom was reduced. The Little League enrollment is down, but I understand it doesn't matter. When this problem started, it was because we had a traffic issue on Serrano. But having parking restricted on those 3 streets does not do anything for the traffic on Serrano. That is still there. What would be an advantage to having parking on those private streets? No parking on those private streets? None when it comes to the traffic at all. So what are the options? One of the options presented to OUSD from the committee that we went the other day was, hey, let's have a parking lot on your track field. Well, of course they can't do that. They don't have the money to do that. Now that doesn't mean that they can't do that 10 years from now. My option, I said, sell Serrano. I must have said that 4 times. Sell Serrano. I kept getting no. And I said, okay, maybe if I keep saying it in 10 years, you might sell Serrano. And we'll reduce 600 students and push the kids over to Villa Park Elementary and change the boundaries. That's an option also. But we have Villa Park residents who utilize these schools. We have a Little League, and I don't know how many people are in there, but say 80% of the Little League are Villa Park residents. They have a right to utilize those streets. So I want everyone to understand who live on those. I understand people make U-turns. I sit there. I watch them. They make U-turns. They make them in your driveway. They park in the red unless a cop comes around and gives them a ticket. I don't know if that's going to stop, because if the police officer's there, they will give them a ticket. A compromise might be, is that we can try the permitted parking, but it would have to be on the 4 streets. It would have to include Mark, because Mark is right around the corner. But give the permits to the Villa Park residents, because they're the ones usually utilizing those facilities. I mean, I drive by that school 3 times a day with my own 3 children. I watch people pick up their kids all day. What do you want them to do at open house? Where do they want to go? They have band practice. They have open house practice. They have English. They have French classes. I don't know where they're going to park. Unfortunately, we have 4 schools in a very, very small town. They move 8,000 people in and out of this city every single day. And pressure has to be put on the school district to change the boundaries. We're trying. It takes a long time, but that's where the pressure has to be. I offer a compromise. If you want permitted parking on those 4 streets, Villa Park residents should be able to have a permit and utilize those streets if they want to. I can tell you, even if I got one, I've never parked on Feather Hill or Dotson. I never have. I park on Nichols. There might be 1 or 2 people who will.
Okay. Any other council comments?
Yes. I also want to thank the Mary Beth and your committee of Lori and Donna for going to the school board, because as you stated earlier, this problem lies with the Orange Unified School District, period. I mean, over the years, they had to change things. They had to enhance enrollment, whatever. Now they're starting to reduce things. But your action with the superintendent and the assistant superintendent will go a long ways, because even the parking lots on Cerro Villa, there are parking lots they're not even using. And I think the excuses that they have or the reasons they have are fairly weak. And it's got to do with slippage and grease of cars and things like that on asphalt. But I don't think that's too much of an issue, really, when they are in parking lots anyway. So that being said, as Councilwoman Fasanelli said, the Villa Park owns all these streets, and we want all the residents to be able to enjoy them. And we pay for collectively, we pay for all of the maintenance and also all of the services, including fire and police. So, it is a conundrum. Obviously, it's a conundrum. So I want to keep that in mind as well. But I want to thank you specifically for going to the superintendent so aggressively, and that's what needs to be done as well. And it's going to be a lot of effort on all parties here tonight. So thank you for that.
I'd like some clarification on 2 things that were said. First of all, something that Mr. Clarup, I believe, brought up. He lives on Bryn Mawr, that you don't want to have to be handing out permits to all of your guests. I understand if you're having, a weekly book club, that would just be a matter of making city staff aware of that, or a special party. And so there would be no need to hand out permits for a special party. My question, I believe that's how that would work. My question to you, Jared, is an email, just a quick email sent off to city staff adequate? And then you forward that to the sheriff's department, and the sheriff knows not to ticket on that evening or that afternoon that there's going to be an event. It's that simple. I know that this happens on several other streets where for safety reasons, they have parking by permit or no parking at all. On one side of the street. There are several places where it's just, that's the way it is. The second piece of clarification I'd like to make is the statement that 80% of the Villa Park Little League students are actually Villa Park residents. I was wondering, Mr. Etter, is that accurate? 80% of the Villa Park Little League players are Villa Park residents?
I don't know. I've been back on the board for a week and a half. I don't have
Okay. Okay. But most of them are probably attending Villa Park schools, for sure.
The boundary for our league is very small. It doesn't extend much beyond the city of Villa Park. It's Mayberry, and it's just a little bit off of Wanda and Santiago.
Okay, so most of them probably are. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that a little bit. This is, I'm finishing out my 8th year on the council, and this has been a problem that rears its head often. Things kind of abate a little bit when the residents finally get crazy. They're very upset. They come out. We as elected officials like to say they come out with their pitchforks because they've just about had it. And then we calm things down a little bit. During the school day, as has been pointed out, our city population actually doubles during the school day. It's a huge burden on our community. When I first got on the council, we started using our COPS money to hire a school resource officer, since most of our calls during the day were actually to one of the 4 schools, which meant that our law enforcement was being diverted to handle that, and there was nobody to take care of, the rest of the community. So that's something we pay for, taking care basically of being on the school campuses. The roads, as has been pointed out, are our roads. We have to maintain those roads. It's just a huge burden to us. A change that was made a few years ago had to do with Serrano Elementary School, and they, of course, can't pay for it. We actually, and I think this was before you were on the council, we paid to widen that entryway so that more cars could get through Serrano Elementary School. It's always us. It's always the city that's being asked. We pay for the crossing guards. It's always us. It's always our residents who are being asked to bear the burden of additional students. Twice as many students now attending as there were 7 years ago. That's crazy. When my child played Little League, and it's like the best thing on the planet, every kid should play because of the friendships that are forged that last literally a lifetime. You could park on the basketball court area. There were no trailers on the Saravilla parking lot. There was tons of parking there. No one had to park on the streets, and that has changed over the course of a decade, and that's a crying shame. My point here is this. We keep doing the same thing. The city keeps doing the same thing, and we want to be fair to all parties. But maybe what we need to do is push OUSD to take the action that they should be taking. They're being bad neighbors, quite frankly. They're being bad neighbors. They're not providing for the parking that needs to be provided there on their property to house the events that they are having. The events are good events. They have so many options, and they're not taking any of them. They're floating a bond measure on the November ballot, $296 million, and they've got a grand master plan for Villa Park High School. One of the things I asked for early on was for them to have some parking on the other side so we could push some of that traffic to the other side of the high school. Parking lot and a drive-through so they could be dropped through there and not have so much of it on the Taft side. Was that instituted? No. They don't want to give up any of their green. They want to go ahead and keep all of that land to themselves, and they just want to go ahead and bear that burden. And quite frankly, we've seen some additional high-density housing units going up in the city of Orange, which has impacted us. And if they continue to develop their land around us that way, it's going to continue to impact us even worse. So I really feel like this is a time for us as a council to put our foot down that will force OUSD to come to the table. Now, we have a street here, Bryn Mawr, that's not interested in having it. If they're not interested, those residents are not petitioning us for relief. We have others that are begging us for relief and have been begging us for relief. As far as the safety issue, having all of those kids, I remember a time, a more innocent time, where when you wanted to go to the ball field, walking half a block wasn't the end of the world. Actually, you would hop on your bike and you would ride to the ball field, and it was probably, a half a mile or more away, and we all lived. So I just wonder if there's I think we should go ahead and provide this relief and then do an assessment, although I won't be on the council, reassess the impact in 6 months or so, which we have done in the past. To see what happens, and then continue to encourage that a group of residents and whoever happens to be serving on the council to work with OUSD and the superintendent and ask them to be better neighbors to the residents that have to live here. That's my 2 cents. I'll be supporting this as written, or amended rather, with the exception of Bryn Mawr that no longer wishes to be considered.
Well, I knew I wasn't going to enjoy this item. I too have been listening to people complaining about the situation in that area, sympathetically and, appreciating the problems and the frustration. And the typical action was to come in and ask us to do something. And I don't know how many times I said, do what? All we really control is the street. And, and again, people came back. And finally I saw this pop on asking us to deal with the street and the parking, and I thought, oh my God, at last, it's over. Now we can just block the parking and deal with this for what good it may do. And so I came in here fully expecting to support blocking the parking. And I will see that I am now in a quandary. And the reason I'm in a quandary is because I'm not sure this is really going to accomplish anything. And I'm a little concerned it's going to cause more problems. We're just going to bore streets, put signs up, and it's just going to create more and perhaps worse problems. So I think what I would like to do is I would like to invite a little more discussion. I would like to understand specifically what the problem is, because the problem as it was typically described, or as I recalled it from those prior meetings, was traffic. It was a nightmare on Serrano, that it was jamming up. You couldn't get in and out. We can't go anywhere. It's all jammed up with cars. And that's what sticks out in my head. And with that in mind, I'm not sure this isn't going to make it worse. So perhaps, a couple people want to come up. They want to address it. I'm happy to try and understand just what this problem is, because I don't think it's going to solve that problem. Be my guest. Come on up.
Hi, Lori Triber, 9682 Dotson. As far as the traffic, there's several things, excuse me. We have the traffic congestion. Logistically, it's simply because you've got too many people in too small of an area. No matter how you cut that, no matter how you try to figure out how to route them around, go in a circle, go in the drive-through, it doesn't matter. It's just you've got way too many people coming into a very small area. For us on our streets, this is what happens. It used to be that you'd have school and you'd have a 20 to 30 minute window in the morning, livable. We bought in 95, and we were told 600 maximum. So you would have that. Then maybe around 2:30, 2:45, some people would get there sooner, a little bit sooner to pick up their kids. We'd have another 30, 40 minutes maybe, and they would leave. What's happening to us now is you've got it starting earlier. It's running later in the morning. Then after all the kids are in the school, for us, we have the bullhorn from Sarah Villa Middle School, and it is blaring with this woman shouting. They're playing music. I mean, it is so loud that I can hear it inside my home. This might go on all day. It might go on till noon, but it's quite regularly. So we'll call the principal over there. We'll call the school. They'll apologize. They turn it down for that day, and within 2 days, we're right back to the same problem. As far as our streets, we will get people parking on our street for the schools. We will sometimes have teachers parking on our street from the schools. We have trash. We have broken, shrubbery that, we don't want. So we have that, pretty regularly. Then say all that calms down. Then the next thing will happen is we have now hear all the yelling and the cheering, and now we've got a soccer game. Could be a baseball game. It could be whatever is going on. And now that's going on top of what we've already gone through. We might have another special event go on, and that's right across. They're using the school for events that aren't sport and maybe not the school. Then throw in the dances, parent-teacher nights, all the little special events, which is all great, but the impact of that is us. So it isn't just these little windows every single day, and it's a little inconvenience. We're talking a pretty consistent disruption of noise level and traffic for us. And it isn't fair. I mean, it's, I had company this summer, and and we're out there, and it was like we had a few games, but there were a few days where it was peace and quiet, and it was like a shock. Because during the school year, you cannot hear yourself think. I can't sit out there during the day and just relax. I am serious. That foghorn, bullhorn that she does is pretty regular. Now, I don't know if that's because the school activities are outside, because I really don't know how the school works. But it isn't just a question of one problem, we're just enduring school parking. This is not just about the schools. The school is the worst. But it's about, you combine the school with the other events, with the sporting events, and you just keep adding it on and then throw in all the special events. We have no reprieve. There is absolutely none now. So will it solve the traffic on Serrano? Probably not. But what it might do is it might force the Orange Unified School District to figure out how they are going to park all the people that they've allowed into their school. I mean, it is their responsibility. They are getting paid for those students to go to those schools. Part of the responsibility when you do that is you have to provide parking. I don't know a business that can get away with that. But they have. And the same thing with a sporting event. We do not have the facility to accommodate this type of seriously large recreation. There are sporting arenas for that. I know Orange keeps saying they're broke, but then Orange keeps, doing other things that don't seem like they're hurting too much for money. Only hurting for money when it comes to this issue, in my opinion. 'Cause we keep hearing the same thing year after year, that they can't afford it. So it isn't one thing, is what I'm trying to say. We're not just saying, hey, the school is a big issue. It's take it all, put it all together, and it's too much. It just is too much. So we're feeling to protect us. The permitting would be good, and maybe, even loading and unloading zoning on Serrano only, and it keeps the traffic moving, just like I said before. Orange County Airport, keep them moving. Drop your kids off and keep moving. No parking, no sitting there talking, no doors open, just keep moving. And it's unfortunate, but it's not our fault. I mean, it has nothing to do with us. We just live here, and this isn't, anything that we can just do. The only control we have is the city streets. Like you said, the school, Unified School District is Orange. So what other recourse do we have? We've been saying we're going to get their attention. Nothing is getting their attention, as far as I know, until now. And we're just in the beginning. So we'll do our best with them, but that's where, we're coming from. It isn't just one thing. So maybe people don't understand the amount of this impact, but it's morning, it's afternoons, it's evenings, and Saturdays, it's Sundays, it's Saturday night. I mean, so just to clarify, that's what we're talking about.
I have a question for you.
Mhm.
I have 3 children who go to Saravilla.
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem with the parking. I have no problem with traffic every morning. I leave 15 minutes earlier than most. I drop them off. They can't walk because they carry instruments. Where would you like, and I'm going to use me as an example because it's a great example. What would you like me to do when I pick them up at 153 every day? Where would you like me to park to pick them up? There's 15 parents who are there picking up their kids.
Well, maybe the school can stagger when they're releasing the students, and each
My children
group
get
of
out
parents.
at 6 period. I am staggered. I'm at
Okay,
153.
so then your children would know to go to a designated area, maybe in front of the school. The parents pull up. There's somebody in the school that's working with that, announcing the cars that are coming in. and your kids will go out, get in the car, you drive away, and the next one, and the next one, and
But
the
I
next
live
one.
in, I want to make sure that we understand this, is that I moved to Villa Park, and so did other residents. And they also did move to Mayberry Ranch. They also moved to Orange because they are allowed to go to the school. This is not an open enrollment issue. There are people who don't live in the area who unfortunately have a right by federal law to go to the school, and we can't say no to it. So the school does have people who don't live within the boundaries, but they can come to this school because the federal law makes them. We don't have a choice. So we have a lot of different issues going on with the population, but I think that we need to understand that it is a school. The schools were here. There are 4 schools. They're good schools up to the point that people want to go to these schools. And we don't want to limit families moving into Villa Park because they can't come to the school. They got to be able to pick up their children. They have to be able to drop them off.
What do you mean,
now,
limit them
where
so they
you
can't
live
go to
on
the
Dotson,
school?
there's a lot of areas where you cannot park. I've stood outside and I do watch them park in front of your home where it has a red also. I do see that. And I laugh. Sometimes I look at them and I'm like, oh, people, what are you doing? But for the most part, the traffic is on Serrano. It is on Serrano. And this isn't going to solve it. And the Orange Unified School District, what do you want? What do we want to tell them to do? I asked this committee to go to Orange Unified School District for 6 months. This was the first time that we went to a small committee meeting. We need to have more meetings with them and try and get some of the enrollment down, maybe shift them to other schools voluntarily. But right now, legally, they've closed Serrano. They've closed Villa Park Elementary. They cannot put any more children in those schools.
Well, they're maxed.
No, they maxed them because they removed portables. When they removed the portables, they couldn't put any more schools.
Well,
they actually
thank God,
did that.
because they're maxed anyway. They're 50% over the enrollment initially.
Well, I think the numbers are a little bit off. We're not that much, but I just want to make sure that you understand that we have a community that has 4 schools, and we need to work with it. So let's look at a little compromise.
Okay.
If you're going to have parking, then at least allow the Villa Park residents to be able to park on the streets if they need to. So you're going to push back. I understand. That's still pushing back, but don't penalize the Villa Park residents. Let them park there if they want to. We only have 64 children who go to Serrano who have a Villa Park address. I think we have under 200 that go to CV with a Villa Park address. So that's all you're talking. So you're talking under 300 permits, or that may want to park on your street.
No,
it's an option.
we're getting into this huge debate, but
No,
the
it's not a
bottom,
debate.
the
It's an
bottom, the
option.
bottom
That
line
bottom
is
line
this.
is- I'd like to offer the option
OUS,
to you.
Excuse me.
OUSD
No,
has
no,
a,
stop. Excuse me. Stop, okay?
OUSD has a
Stop.
responsibility.
Will you please stop talking? You don't interrupt, okay?
But we're having
the
a
councilwoman
debate
was speaking.
between
You don't just interrupt and start a debate in the middle of a council meeting. Please be quiet and wait your turn.
We're having
no one spoke
it is
when you
actually
spoke.
a point of order. There should not be a debate between a councilwoman and a citizen from that vantage point. That shouldn't be happening.
I'm not debating.
Then you raise your objection to me. You don't blurt in and start an argument. And frankly, they were having a discussion. That was a matter of degree and opinion, okay? So just please don't interrupt like that. If you want to say something to me. I'll be glad to deal with it. But I don't want a big free-for-all up here.
I was hoping that it would be productive, but a point of order at a council meeting is that should have been an opportunity for residents to provide their input, but there should not be debate going back and forth between a council member and any council member.
That's fine.
And a resident.
then
I
raise
was
it-
hopeful that there would be something productive. It was not productive.
Then raise the objection and don't start a big brawl up here and then fight with me. All right? I have to agree to some extent. We're not, it's a close call. It was a little question and answer period. I didn't see a big debate, but I understand what you're saying and I appreciate it. And I don't think it ought to continue, but there was some give and take there. And I frankly was getting I was getting a little information out of it myself. So, all right, I don't think we need to take it on forever, but if you got anything more in terms of questions? Or,
No, I think that we just need to look at other options.
Okay, I appreciate that. We will discuss that.
That's fine.
Mary Beth Felsen, 9622 Feather Hill Drive. I started this petition. Maybe this will stop. Maybe this is the end. I want to remind this council, we have done everything you've asked us to do. We came here with a problem. We took it to the Community Development Committee. We learned there that the only thing we could do was petition for parking by permit only. And we have done so. We spent the whole summer creating a petition, working across 3 streets, collecting more than 2/3 of the residents on Feather Hill and very close to that on Dodson. We know that this problem is not going to solve the problem of parking at Saravilla. We know it's not going to solve the problem at Sereno. The fact of the matter is we have a very complex problem which involves 3 streets, maybe more. I think James is involved in this too, and 2 schools. But we are committed to starting with our individual streets and then working with OUSD and the Little League and the Soccer League and getting together to find a solution. And we are not going to take this. We're not going to fade away. We're going to commit it to this. That's why we're meeting with the superintendent of schools tomorrow. He wanted to see us today, but I had too much dental work. I think I'm sorry. I have a little too much dental work today. But I want to remind you again, we have done what you told us to do. Go out and get a petition, express to you what the residents want. And what we want is what we've asked for on that list. And I want to remind you one other thing. We are the residents. Mayberry Ranch, I live there. They are Orange residents. We are the residents of Villa Park. Will you please represent us? Please? Because we are in misery on our streets. So please, we asked you to don't put the burden on us of solving the whole thing with one petition. We are doing it a street at a time. For all I know, 6 months from now, as Deborah Pauley recommends, we will make adjustments. We will learn how it works. It's going to be this way as we come up with solutions. But don't ask us to solve the entire problem with one petition. We are trying to take this a step at a time. And we ask again that you vote for this petition.
Mary Beth, could I just interject? I invited people to come back. The public had finished, and I invited people to come back to express some issues. What specifically are the problems? Because I'm going to make a call here, and I'm getting the impression I may be a swing vote here, or maybe I'll tie it or not tie it. So I feel a little heat, a little pressure here. So I'm trying to understand what the problems are. Okay. Lori came up here and what she really expressed was that she's had it with the noise and the disruption, the loudspeakers, all the activities at the school. The traffic bothers her, but it sounded like really the big concern was the noise and activities at the school. And the traffic, and she alluded very briefly to the actual parking problem, and frankly, it sounded more like we hope that killing the parking will kill the programs at the school.
Again, I can answer that question.
What's the problem?
2 issues. It is primarily the safety of the residents, the people walking on the street, which includes students. There is so much traffic being diverted from Sereno onto Feather Hill that we have cars lined up all the way up the street. I think it gets up to now more than halfway. Doors are open, kids are running, kids are sitting on the lawns. This is a real pickup zone. Parents assign their children to our lawns, and they use our driveways to turn around, to the point where people now have barriers on their driveways. They put plants on their driveways. So it's safety. We have too many U-turns. I was sitting in the crosswalk just the other day, and a big truck came around and made a U-turn on Sereno right in through the crosswalk. And there I am sitting, my God, he's going to hit me. So it's safety. The other issue is really the Sereno issue, and that is the block traffic. We know these petitions aren't going to solve that. But the block traffic is the second issue, and we are taking those 2 issues very simply to OUSD. We're taking it to you. But again, I want to emphasize, we are not trying to solve the whole thing with just these petitions. We are trying to get some relief on the 2 streets that have submitted sufficient petitions, which is Feather Hill and Dodson. They are the most affected. If you want to go up Dodson, people are adding fences to their driveways and their front yards this high, because there is so many people who are trying to make U-turns, and I mean fast, through that area. That means we've really got a safety issue. It's another thing. Students use Feather Hill as an access point to those schools. They're now walking with their parents with cars racing by. So while I appreciate that there's many people who want to use the parks, I appreciate that. That is an issue we need to take up with the school. They need to provide adequate parking and supervision and cleaning and all the other issues. But we're just trying to solve the problem on our 2 streets. That's all. And so please give us relief. We've been coming here for so long. Let's vote on it now. Give it to us. If it doesn't work, we're going to be changing it. I swear to you, I agree. Let's review it in 6 months.
Thank you.
Jay Catani, live on Cedar Hill Circle. I have nothing to do with that area. I'm kind of fortunate, I guess. But I'd like to share an experience that I had when I used to live in the west side. My kids went to private schooling over there, and there was a drop-off issue, just like the way we had here. Streets were restricted with parking issues and all that, but it created a gridlock. You're going to see a gridlock, folks. That Serrano, I know you've taken that. You just mentioned that. You took that as a consideration for your petition. And if majority of you want it, then you should be facilitated for that. There's no question about that, in my opinion. But the gridlock is going to be something that you would be a magnitude of a problem that you'll not even want to face. Let's put it this way. I faced it. I just wanted to share that with you. Yeah, when you restrict them parking, then there have to be more cars and more blockage over there. Yeah.
Thanks, Jay.
No.
Okay, Brad, you know,
I wanted to say something that hadn't been.
I want to hear from the people in that area that have got the complaints to understand what it is, so go ahead.
The people on Bryn Mawr actually do recognize that it's a complicated issue. Someone invited me in for 45 minutes, sat me down in a chair, and suggested all the different things that could be done. They signed the petition, but they say there's no one answer. I had 2 people who would not sign because they say it is the responsibility of the Orange Unified School District. And no matter what, sure, we can have a lot of parking on Bryn Mawr Drive. That won't solve some of what they've been talking about. Everybody recognizes this is a difficult situation. I wanted to add one solution that might be thrown out to the Orange Unified School District. A real estate person said up behind Serrano, or at the top, part of the land is owned by the nursery, a nursery. If that could be purchased by the Orange Unified and have all the traffic that comes into Serrano Grade School come in through Meats, have no entrance into Serrano Grade School from Serrano Avenue, but from Meats in and out, and purchase that land, there would be enough parking and in and out from Meats. Now, that would, of course, have to be addressed to the city of Orange. And then if that were so, then all the traffic that would come for Sierra Villa would come on Serrano. But Serrano Grade School would be exited and entered from Meats. That's just one suggestion. But one of the reasons that I did not even get all the way up to the top of Bryn Mawr, first of all, they aren't as impacted. The bottom is impacted more by the traffic. They might have, on promotion day, on some of the bigger days, they might get traffic 3 times. And incidentally, Bryn Mawr Lane is only that little street that comes off the side of Bryn Mawr Drive. That our street is not Bryn Mawr Lane, it is Bryn Mawr Drive. So one of the reasons I did not get up is that almost everybody, even on Bryn Mawr, even though they don't mind the parking, recognizes it's very complicated. And there is probably no one easy solution, except they feel that it's the Orange Unified School District responsibility.
Thank you,
Thank
Karen.
you.
Okay, you know, Brad, with all due respect, we closed it to the public. I just invited people up that lived on the affected streets because it's my floor now. I waited until the end, and I wanted to hear what the specific problems were by the most affected people to help me make a decision, and you can't do that because you don't live there. So I appreciate your input, but I'm there. I know kind of where I'm headed. If we have anybody else that wants to speak on the specific issue on that street, I'll take another person and give an open ear here, but that's what I was looking for. The public hearing basically closed, and I just wanted some input because I need it to make my own decision.
Well, Rick, my name is Bob Collicott. I live on 9602 Feather Hill. And in fact, Feather Hill has had restricted parking about halfway up the street for decades because Little League traffic, particularly on the weekends, is a real problem. And also other athletic events down at the field that the OUSD allows was a problem. So decades ago, they closed it off, and it's never been a problem. The problem has really developed over the past few years with the increase in student population down at Serrano and Saravilla. Yeah, there's a problem. There is a very serious problem on Serrano. Emergency vehicles cannot get to our homes during those pickup and drop-off points, but that's not the issue today. The issue today is the traffic on our streets, particularly during pickup and drop-off times during the week, but also we've got issues, on continuing on the weekend with the athletic activities. But the traffic is so bad on school days that our students on Feather Hill cannot walk a half a block to Serrano without a parent. The traffic is chaos. It's unsafe for your child to walk a half a block to school down your own street because you've got so much traffic and chaos there. So that's why we're asking for restricted parking 7 days a week. We want to protect our kids. Now, a couple of years back, we had another hearing where in this very room that was totally packed, and we were residents concerned about Orange Lutheran High School wanting to buy a piece of property in Villa Park to put a parking structure up. We were all in opposition to it. I was in opposition to it. Hated to see that happen, a piece of Villa Park being dedicated to a parking structure. However, Orange Lutheran was doing the right thing. They were looking to expand their facility, so they were providing the parking to accommodate it. If Ralph's or the shopping center wanted to expand to that extent, we would require them to provide parking. We wouldn't expect them to provide or require parking on the adjacent residential streets. Orange Unified School District is no different. Now, in terms of the Little League parking, there's plenty of parking at the Saravilla campus, and there's plenty of parking at Serrano. If they park on the Saravilla campus, it's much safer for the Little Leaguers because they don't have to cross any streets. But if the Orange Unified School District closes the gates and you can't park there, you've got to park somewhere. Well, let's push it back to Orange Unified School District. If you're going to allow athletic events on the weekend, you gotta provide the parking, and don't allow more people to use the facilities than exceeds your parking capacity. That's common sense. Don't push it onto the residents and say, well, you're just going to have to eat it. Put Villa Park residents first. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, well, since I'm still here on the floor, I guess, here's my concern. I listened to everybody very carefully as to what the problems are. Lori's concern is the noise from the school, and to some extent the parking, and maybe to a lesser extent it sounded like the issues on the street and the bushes and things. That seemed to be a fairly common complaint. I also heard a couple of comments about traffic and turns and things on the side streets, on Feather Hill, for example, and a safety issue that Bob just raised. But frankly, I haven't really heard anything here that would indicate that no parking on that street is going to solve the problem, or any problem. With regard to people going up and down those streets, just because you have a no parking doesn't mean they're not going to come down there and drop their kids, stop, let their kids in and out, their kids wait, you pull up and pick up their kids. That's not parking, and even if it was, you're going to have a heck of a time enforcing it. I mean, that's people driving up and down the streets, and it's not the parking that's causing the danger. It's the traffic that's causing the danger, and I really haven't heard anything that would indicate to me that you're going to stop that traffic. I mean, I fortunately don't have to deal with that, but I've been down there a few times, and I've seen it, and it's a nightmare, and I'm very sympathetic to the people in that community. And every time you've come in here and spoken, I've looked at you and said, understand, you know, we're sympathetic, we understand the problem. The problem is we don't know what to do with it. The only thing we can control is the parking, basically. And so when you, as I say, when you came in, my first thought when this showed up was, great, now I can grant this parking restriction and you know, maybe we do something. But I've listened very carefully. I came in intending today to vote in favor of this and to block the parking. But after listening to all of this, I frankly am concerned that if we do this, not only are we going to waste the money putting the stuff up and tearing up the streets, but I think we're going to exacerbate the traffic problem on Serrano and make it worse to the extent that we do anything. It sounds to me like a giant OUSD problem, and with regard to Lori and her concern about the noise of the campus, you know, that's an OUSD issue as well. I don't think we can do anything about it. Even if we did block this parking, I don't think it's going to stop the events. I think there was maybe a hope that if we blocked this, that OUSD would kill the events and that would go away. But I don't have any reason to believe that'll happen. So really what I see here is you push people off and you jam other streets. You put more traffic on Serrano. You have people driving more on Feather Hill and side streets because they can't park. So now they're going to drive around to meet their kids there because you can't move on Serrano. It's a virtual parking lot. So this looks to me like it will enhance the problem. I'm very sympathetic, and I do whatever I can in voting to help you out, and I am very pro Villa Park. I just don't think this is going to solve it, and before I would vote for this, I would want to see the city retain somebody to go do a little survey and say, hey, can you give us a little report? We want an estimate. What's going to happen? We want an opinion. If we do this, what's the effect going to be on these issues? And if it would resolve it or help it significantly, I'd vote for it. But I personally, from everything I've heard, and I asked for extra comment just so I could address these issues because there was trouble in me, I think it's going to make it worse. And, you know, so I don't know that I can vote for it. And I came in here fully prepared to vote for this. But I just don't see it. I think it's an OUSD problem, and and to some extent, it's just an inherent problem of having schools in the area. We knew about that. But that's kind of where I stand. So absent us doing a little study on this, wouldn't have to be a big study, I don't think, to evaluate the effect of that. Frankly, I'm going to be very difficult for me to vote in favor of blocking that street.
Mr. Mayor.
Your floor.
Thank you. I think Mr. Collicott really brought something out that I hadn't even considered, and that had to do with zoning. You know, in our town center, every single building based on square footage or frontage has to have so many parking spots available so that we know that they're going to be parking here in the town center when they're using the facilities. This is OUSD has taken away parking spots. I've watched them do it over the years, and they're clearly the ones that are causing the problem. OUSD will claim that they don't know or didn't know anything about it, even though the superintendent, that's the superintendent now, was at a meeting right here in this very room when this issue was brought up, I don't know, maybe 4 years ago. It was a huge brouhaha of people, and we made some changes and some modifications around Villa Park Elementary, and some changes around Serrano, some changes to how the lights were running, changes to where crosswalks were so that the cars could keep turning. So we have been making inching forward with some improvements. But the bottom line is, how do we, as a city, force OUSD's hand and make them take responsibility for the facility and the additional students and now the lack of parking? And the lack of safe ingress and egress out of their facilities. That is the biggest problem here. These citizens have been petitioning us every month in and month out, for relief. We sent them down a path. They followed the path of our direction, and now you're going to pull out the rug from under them. I really feel like give them give them this, even if it's only a 6-month test period, and allow them to use that as a chit when they're talking with OUSD about their responsibility to provide the necessary relief to our streets. We've been through this over and over again, and other than us being the ones giving all the time, we never take anything that forces them into some sort of action. Let's force them into some sort of action. Maybe when they're having all kinds of problems on Serrano and they've got parents standing in the principal's office yelling at the principal or going to OUSD saying what's going on, maybe then they will take action. All I know is that we keep doing the same thing as a council, which is giving, whether it's resources, whether it's money, whatever that happens to be. I don't see any reciprocity with OUSD, and we should demand it. I think you should support this. I think we should all support these residents for, at a minimum, a 6-month test period, and let's see how it plays out. As a matter of fact, I would like to go ahead and make a motion that we pass resolution number 2014-3296 with the amendment that it come back to council in 6 months for further review.
I have some further discussion here before.
Well, I've made a motion. So are you going to second it for the sake of discussion then?
No.
Okay.
Jared, do I have any control over the motions in terms of having further discussion before we call for a motion?
A motion, under Rules of Parliamentary Procedure, a motion needs to be seconded
I'll
before
second
further
it.
discussion.
Let's go on.
You're gonna force something here, Deborah, you may not like. 'Cause I
Well,
have
I'm
some more
sorry. I'm
discussion
just,
that may-
well, you know, it's okay.
I would suggest
I
if-
made a motion. We have a discussion now. We've got a second. Now we'll have just further discussion.
Jared, do we have any ability to impose, at this point, parking restrictions that might force the district to change its practices at the schools? In other words, if they're increasing students, or can we, is there something, I wonder, are any of our existing regs something that we could utilize to, you know, that we could see if they're violating any of those and demand that they take action to clean up the parking situation?
No, we have zero control or authority over schools. We don't even regulate building construction, building setbacks, size, limitations, height. Schools are sovereign nations.
Oh, so we have, okay.
We have zero control.
So our municipal authority wouldn't control their part. Okay, council's shaking her head too, so I'll accept that. So,
Can I, let me offer something here.
hang on just 2 seconds. Deborah, I know you have your motion pending, but I really like to air this because I'm very sympathetic to this group and I want to do whatever I can to help them.
That's fine.
But I don't want to make it worse in the process. And
I
if you
agree.
force the vote, right now you're going to force me to vote against it. And I don't want to do that.
Changes have been made. Just to give you an idea of numbers, in 2003, Serrano had 530 students. 2012, it had 621. Okay, so in 10 years, they added 90 students at Serrano, just to give you an idea. What we did, talking with the prior principal, on the weekends, it's not an issue on Feather Hill because there's no parking. If someone parks there, they're just parking illegal. But what we did is we had the gate opened up on the back. There was a small period of time where the janitor was closing it just by mistake. I went to them this summer. They had the gate open. They have a lock that's put there. I went to the Villa Park Little League. They arbitrarily asked if they could put a cone in the middle of the 3 streets, which is the metal cone that you were speaking of, and they did it on their own, and it wasn't enforceable, but so it would kind of tell people, hey, don't go parking in these streets, and it worked some. In addition to that, we asked the principal, hey, put something in the newsletter, have people park on Nichols instead of parking on Serrano so that we don't have cars on both sides. They have parked on Nichols. In fact, I got a phone call 2 weeks ago, somebody from the high school asking me to have people not park on Nichols because it's causing a jam on Nichols. And I said, well, we want them to park on Nichols because it's a little bit wider. So everything that we're trying to come up with, the district is working with us. It's not an answer. These kids don't drive, but there are a lot of students going in and out. But they're trying to work with us. They're listening to us more than they ever have. Doesn't mean that we've solved it, but kind of takes a long time to make changes. Just to get the gates open and was a big deal.
Can I just add on to that? They're listening to you right now more than they ever have. And I'm going to tell you why they're listening to you more right now than they ever have. Because they have a $296 million bond measure that they're floating on the November ballot, and they're hoping if they play nice, you're all going to vote yes and agree to increase your property taxes. That's why they're listening to you right now more than they ever have. And as soon as that bond passes, if it does, they'll stop listening to you. I guarantee it.
I disagree with you. That we have fostered a nice relationship with them. That we're
Okay.
trying to talk both ways at this particular point. So I'm finished at that point. So what's on the table?
Yeah, I mean, I tell you, I'm gonna make a second motion because I really don't want to vote.
Substitute motion.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a substitute
Okay.
motion. Because I know where I'm gonna have to go on voting on that one at this point, and I really don't want to do it. I would like to see us retain a firm to do a study on that parking and determine what they believe the effect would be on the issues of concern, the traffic on Serrano and the noise level at the school, mainly the traffic on Serrano, because just to keep people from parking, to make a statement to OUSD, I'm not prepared to jam up Villa Park and create turmoil in this half of the city over there. So I would like to know what's going on. It's a horrible problem. We've known this throughout, and I really intended to vote, but that's where I'm sitting. Go
I
ahead.
have a question. Could we read the motion just to make sure because it has an amendment with it? The motion has an amendment. And I want to make sure that Rick.
My motion or his substitute?
Your motion.
My motion.
He hasn't made a substitute
Yeah,
motion.
I really
yet.
haven't made it. I just stated
He
my
just would like-
desire,
he
but
would
I
like
haven't,
us.
yeah, I haven't
Okay.
stated the motion.
The motion that I made was that we adopt resolution number 2014-3296 with the amendments that had been suggested. That would be without Bryn Mawr, because the residents don't want to have it, and with the additional amendment that it come back to City Council in 6 months for review. In other words, we've done this before. And that was my motion. Adopting the amendment that had been made before the start of this meeting, and then adding one, so that if it does in fact make things worse, that you guys have an out in 6 months. But I will also add this as I listen to what you said, Mr. Mayor. We hired the new city engineering firm specifically because Akram is a traffic engineer. He's a specialist in this area, and that is how they sold us on that new engineering firm, that and the great cost savings that we realized. And he has already studied and had made multiple suggestions, thus the widening of the street at Serrano entryway, the changes in the amount of time that the red light was on so that more cars could get through, moving the crossing walk over to one side. So that study has already been done. It's been difficult. I see us making baby steps forward. I say we try this, and use this as an opportunity and this group's energy as an opportunity to continue working with OUSD and push the ball forward so that at some point in the future, councils will not have to keep revisiting this issue over and over again. I ask you to give them an opportunity to try. Let them try.
I have another substitute motion. Perhaps it's a compromise. I'm not going to recite the motion. I'm just going to tell you the gist of it. That we put up temporary no parking, sandbag paper signs or whatever it is. We put up temporary for 30 days and come back to the next meeting. That I'd be willing to try, but I don't want to jam this city up for 6 months just to find out in a week that it's a nightmare. That I would be willing to do, but beyond that, I can't.
Can we do that?
We could do that, but it would be no parking for anyone because I possibly cannot issue permits.
Permits for, yes, so that would be no parking for anyone. Yeah, you wouldn't want to do it.
I could probably draft something on Microsoft Word and print out 1,000 copies, but
I'm very concerned what this is going to do to the traffic. That traffic on that street's bad enough already.
Yeah.
Because it will, you're right. I think it will make Serrano exceedingly clogged, and Nichols,
And
even
people
more
are
so.
making U-turns up and down those streets. You'll have more traffic in those side streets and more danger with frustrated, mad people than you do now.
How about, let's suggest maybe 60 days. I think we have to give it a good ride, basically.
How about 3 months instead of 6 months?
And Villa Park, and all Villa Park residents have a right to park there. I mean, you have Villa Park residents who pay for these roads and also go to these.
This is the advising. Yeah.
How are you gonna
Okay.
discern who the
Well,
Villa Park
oh no,
residents
well, you get the permit from, they would have to have a permit in their car. They come in here, they show their residency, and they're able to have a permit.
Is this going to apply?
I mean, to have a Little League with 80% of your people, I mean, they've been here 50 years, you're gonna deny them playing at the only place that they've played. We don't have a park.
We're not against the Little League. We're not against the Little League at all, or the Villa Park citizens. My name's Dan. I live at.
Dan's finally.
I live at on Dodson Way, right on the corner. Where I get the brunt of it. All right. What we're asking for, the people. Well, it's not Little League. Little League is great. They're awesome. They come over, put the little signs on. Don't park down here. They're good, you know. We should work together. It's not the citizens of Villa Park. We live in the same city. Come on. It's the people that are running us over from out of town. You know, the soccer tournaments on the weekends where Pat next door lives alone. She's 75, 80, gets robbed. You know, that's the problem. We want permit parking to stop getting overrun on the weekends. You don't come down on Dotson and park there. You know, it's not the Villa Park. It's the people that come in and just run us over, right? It's not the Little League. They're great. We're not against the Little League. Let's work together on it. They're great, you know?
Jared, can we do that? Can we restrict the parking only to Villa Park residents?
We're just
We're
discussing,
just discussing that.
We've tried that once before,
You know,
and I do remember
see what council
that
says.
we were not permitted to do that.
Yeah, the way the state law reads is that they're intended for designated zones, so to speak. So this would have the effect of basically creating Villa Park as a
But
zone.
maybe you could make
which
friends
would
with somebody
be
who lives
overreaching
on the street and have
statute.
them give you one of their.
Well, here's the thing. I collected a lot of those petitions on Dodson, and people on Dodson are asking for relief, mainly for safety. You know, it's insane there. The people that across the street that just moved in, Amy and I forget his name, but their son was riding his bike in their driveway, and he almost got hit by somebody that actually drives through their driveway because it's a drive-through, and it's not a joke. We're asking you for relief.
It won't affect that. That's not parking. It won't affect, that's what I'm trying to get. I've been listening very carefully to all the complaints. That's why I've asked for them. I don't see these complaints being solved.
Right, but why do we have to solve? We're asking you for a parking permit, restricted parking. Why does that have to solve the problem with the traffic? I mean, it's two different issues. Why is it connected? We
that
on
was the
Dodson
complaint.
as citizens
I
want
just responded
protection.
to your complaint. You just told me they went right through his driveway, and so I responded to
Well,
your
that's
complaint.
it's a safety issue, is my point. And the rest of it is parking from people that come in from out of town all weekend long on the soccer tournaments. That's another issue. That's another problem that, you know, I understand you didn't hear. So I wanted to bring that up.
I think this is a pretty fine point, but I mean, Rick, if no one's allowed to park, they're going to keep rolling around. I think that's the point
That's
Rick
what I'm
is
trying-
making.
that's
and
what I'm trying to get at.
I didn't think about that actually. So
But the thing is they're at least on Feather Hill, they're expanding the hours, and I think they're thinking that if they don't have people coming down there to park after hours for these after hours events, then they'll be less likely to come flying down their street. Why would they? They can't park there, so there's no reason for them to go down there. Does that solve the problem during the school day? No. They've already said this doesn't solve all the problems.
well, I think
I think
during the
it's
school day they just ignore it.
It's going to exacerbate some of these problems. I can tell you, if I had a child at that school, and I did for a while, and I remember going down there, and if I couldn't park on one of those side streets, what I would do is I would loop. I would just keep driving until my kid got there. That's what I would do. And I'm sure I'm not unique. So I think it's going to exacerbate the problem. I'm not here trying to pick on the community. I love this city, okay? I know these people. I don't want to cause them problems. I'm the one that encouraged them to come back and seek this, and I'm a little embarrassed in some ways that I did, because now that you've presented it and I've thought through it, I think it may be worse. It's very frustrating. I'm trying to figure out some way to put pressure on OUSD. You know, the Villa Park parking maybe that would help. I don't know, but it doesn't look like we can do it. It's very, it's frustrating to be up here having to make these decisions.
A
Mary
decision
Beth,
needs to be made, though.
may I speak? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead, but make it
But,
brief, because we've already been up twice and we've kind of been through this again and again.
I
Unless
understand.
you got something new.
I want to express my shock that this board doesn't know what the problem is. We've been coming here since 2007. So let me tell you, all right, we've been coming here since 2007, and we've been describing the problem. There are cars parked solidly up the street. These cars are not just sitting, they park for a while, and then they're coming out and pulling out because they found their child. And new cars are coming in to find parking. So it's not like it's a parking lot and people are settled in and it's just on the street. It's constant flow of people. It's people dropping their children on our lawns. They tell their children, that's where I'm going to meet you. And then they come up the street and they pick up their kids on our lawns. That's why they're driving around in our street. We have become an alternate parking lot for the school. And it's not just people parking in the street.
And this
It's a
ordinance will
lot
not
of-
stop that, Mary Beth. That's the problem.
Yes, it will.
Everything you described involved a moving
It will
vehicle.
stop the street from being used as an alternate parking lot. Now, we knew when we put this petition together that we would not stop people from driving through the street. We can't do that. We understand that. We knew that we would not prevent people from using a U-turn. We've tried to be reasonable and help the students and the parents as much as possible. We chose, please, no parking on our street from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. so we reduce the amount of traffic of cars looking for parking and cars moving out. Come and see our street. It's horrible. But hey, we've only been coming here since 2007 with the same issue. Again, we ask, I ask you, give us a vote, see how this works. And again, it's not going to solve everything. The city must work with OUSD and with the residents and with the Little League to solve this. One petition isn't going to solve it. Let us take it a step at a time. We will work with you and go through every option. We will explain every option to you, but give us some break while we're doing this, please.
Thank you. Can I ask, how many people are here tonight that reside on the affected streets that are looking for? Okay. And now that you've heard some of this discussion, how many of you still want the no parking?
Oh, yeah.
Most everybody. Okay. Well, I can tell you. I mean, I'm willing to.
Let this new lady talk. She's never said a word.
Hi. My name is Josephine Vu, and I live at 9641 Feather Hill Drive. And I was actually watching you on TV at home, and I thought you were asking for a perspective from a person that lives there. And I not only live there, but I have 3 children myself that attend 3 different schools: Serrano, CV, and Villa Park. So I can sympathize from both perspectives. And I'm not here to have a solution of the Serrano traffic problems, because that's very difficult to address in one night when, as you can see, the problem has been progressing over the last decade, it seems like. But I do want to answer some of the questions you have. From my perspective as a homeowner, how does it affect me? We moved here in 2007 because of the location and the Villa Park community, and we don't regret that. I mean, Villa Park is a wonderful community. We love the schools. We love all the principals. We love the parents that go there. But we've noticed even ourselves over the years, that the demographics have really changed. So it's not really against Villa Park, Little League, or even Villa Park residents. It's really perspective from the people that don't live in this community. And it's not just financially, having to come up with solutions for OUSD. It's really just protecting ourselves. Myself, I walk the kids to school. And our neighborhood has seen so much traffic. It's very dangerous for me to walk my own kids to school. And we don't have sidewalks, as you know, in Villa Park. And there are people that are parked there that I know do not even have children that go there. They look like they could be there suspiciously selling drugs because it's a perfect location to be looking at children. And we've had a lot of drug issues in the area. The second thing is our own property have been damaged, and we've called the assistance of the wonderful sheriff. They've knocked down our mailbox. We have to replace it twice. They've destroyed our sprinklers and our lawn. And I am one of the residents that have placed the flower pots in our driveway to prevent this. And the police have been wonderful. They even park in front of our house, and people are still making the U-turn. And we have a drive, a complete semicircle, and they're doing it in front of the police. And it's just amazing that it even shocks the police officer. So I don't have a solution to say, what are we going to do for the residents? Because they really need a place to park. But what we're talking about is they should be dropped off and move on. They should not be lingering and parking for hours and hours the whole day. And I don't have a solution for the Serrano traffic because it is gotten worse. And it's not the Little League. It's really the soccer people that are all adults. And I know they don't live in Villa Park. And it's just a lot of other activities that I know are not Villa Park resident sponsored. So I don't see the solution to say that we are allowed the permit. It would solve that. It won't. But at least it's like protecting us as a safety issue for me, and just the ability to walk my kids to school safely. And this has nothing to do with against OUSD, because I do love them and I support them. But from the perspective of a homeowner and a resident on a very impacted street, that's my perspective and my experience. And hopefully, because your question was, I want to hear from somebody and how it's impacting us. And as a parent with kids going to the school, I see that things need to be moving along, and the traffic has gotten so bad. And I think the majority of the children that are in the school, it's not just the number that has increased, it's not from our area. And that's why we see the increase of traffic, because they're not walking to school or biking to school. They're parking and they're staying, and it's okay, because the mom, you can be, room mom, and support your kids, and it's great. But parking on the residential street is not a solution. And so the school should answer to those and open up their own parking lot, because they're not, even Serrano is not opening their parking lot in the back because of safety issue. So why should it be transferred to our streets, which is our home, where we should feel protected and secure, and we're not. And I have reported many people parking on our street that I know don't belong there and are not dropping off any kids and are up to no good. So that's my concern, is the safety of my children. And as a resident of Villa Park, I appeal to you to listen to us.
Thank you very much. Bob, just hold a second. I know I, for one, have kind of heard enough. We know what the problem is. We're just reiterating
I just
again
want to
and
explain
again.
what the problem is with the parking. If you have parking on the street, Feather Hill and Dotson, just like most streets in Villa Park, does not have sidewalks. So if you've got a bunch of people lined up on the side of the street, the children and the parents trying to walk the children have to walk down the center of the street with all the traffic going around.
Right.
You eliminate all the parking, it makes it a little safer.
Okay, I understand that. I've kind of changed my position here anyway. I'm,
Because people can still sit in their car for an hour or so before school lets out. Sitting in your car does not constitute parking.
I'm not at all convinced this is going to solve anything. I personally think it's probably going to make it worse. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm willing to entertain or participate if council wants to do even up to a 90-day trial, with the understanding that council reserves the right to come back at the intervening meetings and terminate that ordinance, if that's what it is, because of the effect it's having. In other words, as long as we can come back here at a subsequent meeting, if we find out it's a nightmare over there and we got traffic problems and.
No, Mayor Barnett, the first week of school's insane because it's something new. And in the second week it gets calmer. It's going to take a while. So if you want to just pull, yank the rug out from under them, if it gets crazy, it's going to get crazy because it's going to be something new. Every time you make a change, there is a adjustment period, and it lasts at least 2 weeks, probably a month. So I just think that we should set a hard and fast, this is the test period, and it's got to be at least 3 months because that's the only way you can gauge what's really going on. Watch things settle down and see what the effect is going to be.
As I said, I don't have a problem with the 3 months, but I want to reserve the right to address it in an interim meeting. Do we have any problem doing that?
If it's authorized by resolution, you can dissolve it by resolution.
All right, well, then I'll make a substitute motion. I propose that we prohibit the parking on a temporary basis for 90 days.
Where?
Pardon?
Where?
On the 3 streets, not on Bryn Mawr.
I will take, what you're really talking about is taking.
It's Deborah's motion.
It's my motion, so really I will go ahead and make an amendment to my motion that the test period be for 3 months instead of the 6 months that I originally proposed. Are you satisfied with that?
And I'm gonna propose a substitute that we reserve the right
to. It's already reserved by right.
To review that at any interim meeting on notice to make that change. And we may have that authority anyway, and if we do, that's fine. We do, don't we?
We already have that
that's fine.
authority.
That's
so
fine.
my motion stands. Will you accept the 3 months as opposed to 6 months, or you're not willing to second the motion?
The 3 months is fine.
Okay.
I just want to address the issue of Villa Park residents parking on Villa Park streets. Basically, if you have a Villa Park address on your driver's license, that should suffice, I would think.
I think that council just told us that doesn't work. It's not legal.
It would have to be within that specific zone, so you would have to reside on one of the 3 streets, Feather Hill, Mountain View, or Dotson.
So we just made a private community at the cost of $3,000 for a test period of 90 days.
I don't think we ought to put up this permanent
It's
sign.
not going to cost
I wouldn't put up
$3,000.
permanent signs. I'd look.
Sandbag them.
It's going to put like the ones that they put up when we're getting ready to slurry seal the streets.
A-frames,
It's just
delineator,
a paper thing
something
on a
along those
cone.
lines.
Some kind of
It's a temporary
yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
So what we have then is we have 3 streets that you're going to have no parking on. And
No.
Just
Well,
Feather
I'm
Hill
asking.
and Hudson, because Bryn Mawr,
I don't know what's
And
in
Mountain View
here
Circle
anymore.
counts too.
well,
That's a good point.
Oh, Mountain View.
I don't know what's here anymore, so
Feather
that's
Hill.
why I'm a little bit lost.
it's Feather Hill, Mountain View Circle, and Dodson Way that we're talking about. Bryn Mawr does not wish to be considered, and we're supposed to be listening to the residents on this.
Well,
I agree with you. This is very distasteful to me that we would be, by taking this action, saying that other Villa Park residents cannot use Villa Park streets. But and it's not permanent. Let's see what the results will be. Let's just see what the results will be.
We're
It's
harming more
entirely
people, though.
possible. If they've got guest permits, they can give those guest permits to anyone.
Is that council? Is that okay?
So what 3 streets?
So
are we
I think
talking-
at a certain point we have a wink on this.
Just
Go
this
forward.
is
What
a
3
terrible
streets are we
situation.
talking about? I'm confused. We got Feather Hill.
Feather Hill Drive, Mountain View Circle.
Mountain View is a private street off of Feather Hill, about halfway up.
That's Brad Street.
Uh-huh.
Private.
And then Dotson.
Correct.
Bryn Mawr, we're not discussing.
Correct.
So the restrictions would be on the three. Feather Hill, Mountain View, Dotson, for a
We had a
temporary
change on
3-month
Dodson,
period.
because this shows 949 again, and, oh, excuse me, no, 9.
We had the change on Dotson
We had a change earlier.
prior to the meeting.
And how are people supposed to know they can't park there if we're not putting signs up?
That's what I'm trying to process
They
in
would
my
not,
head.
you gotta put signs up. How are they gonna
No,
know?
we will put.
They're
no,
gonna
the
put like the
temporaries.
cones, like
Temporary
they do
signs.
when they're getting ready to slurry
For, so for 3 months, we're gonna have temporary
Yeah.
cones. That just looks great. We've
Yeah, it
got
looks
$1.5 million
horrible.
homes, and we're gonna put plastic cones in front of them that say no. I mean, that's just.
It's that, or we drill the concrete and spend thousands of dollars putting signs in and then rip them out and re-pour.
Well,
Okay,
Or-
how
or
many
we just
signs do
deny
you
the
really
motion.
put, how many signs do you actually put up on a street of that length?
I have to count and look. I'm guessing 10 on Feather Hill. A sign is good for 150 feet in each direction.
But
Oh.
there are already signs and poles along Feather Hill.
There
from
are
what I
some,
understand.
yes.
Okay.
so he doesn't know yet. So are we done with the sausage?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they'll have to work that out. The motion is to allow it for 3 months on a trial basis with temporary signage. Is that the motion? Okay,
I think so.
take the vote.
So the maker of the motion was Deb. Greg approved the.
Seconded. Yeah.
Seconded it. If I can get clarification for my purposes, can we still have a November 17th start date? Because we're going to need to issue permits. We're going to need to notify the residents, put up the signs, which should be relatively simple. But we still need to distribute these permits.
You've laid out a rational timeline in my mind. I don't think you could do it any faster and do it well.
We'll keep the same timeline, and then 3 months from let's call it November 1st, is when we'll be back to council. So November meeting, December meeting at the
Wait
January
a second.
City
You
Council.
haven't even fully instituted it until November 17th. So then you would be coming back December,
February.
January, really.
February.
End of February.
Come back in February with review.
So basically, through mid-November, there really isn't a change yet.
If
Why are
this
we
is
giving a
temporary,
grace
if this is
period?
temporary, why don't we go ahead and start it
Because it makes sense to do
more
it. You have to
quickly?
give people fair warning.
Who are you giving warning to? These are the people that don't want them parking on the street to begin with.
I agree. I mean, I don't see why this doesn't start in 2 weeks.
I need to issue the passes and distribute the passes to all the residents on the neighborhood. We can start at 2 weeks and make them come down to City Hall at their leisure.
Why don't we do it in 30 days? Is that more reasonable? Give it a month to
Sure.
put it in play. Give you a month
4
to get it organized,
permits
put it
per
in
house,
play.
8 guest passes.
And 72 hours notice if they're gonna have more than 8 people at their house, which they're gonna have to remember that. Impromptu parties aren't gonna be happening if
What
you
I'm
have more than 8
planning
cars.
is taking a 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, cutting it into fourths with an expiration date of the November council meeting. The February council meeting, excuse me.
Well, it'll be before that if you do it. If you do it in October.
Unless it's brought back to
November,
council.
December be January.
It seems to me that we need to have some more immediate relief if we're going to do this. That's I understand you've got, but I mean, it can be something simple and get on with this and let's try it. I mean, these folks have been doing this for 7 years and let's do something and make a move. And if it doesn't work, then we're going to find out. That's the rational thing to do at this point. And I think that the enforcement, where the guest passes, the Little League will have guest passes, I assume. So I don't think it's a problem.
Well, no, they will not have guest passes. They
They'll
can't.
get it from the residents. I think that something can be worked out, can it?
Well, how many residents are gonna give the Little League their passes? I don't think that's gonna happen, Greg.
I think so. I have
There's
more,
only so much we can do.
I have more faith in them.
I don't think so.
There's the motion. Do we want to trigger it by a date certain, like October 15?
So I'm looking at the calendar right now, and I suggest begin enforcement Monday, October 13th. That's a couple weeks from tonight.
Fine.
And then we'll bring it back at the January meeting.
Cool.
That worked. Was that my substitute motion, or you amended your motion, didn't you?
Yeah, it's her amended
Well,
motion.
this isn't part of the motion. This is he was just asking for clarification on the timeline, which is just part of the staff report. It has nothing to do with this resolution or the motion.
Yeah, but don't we provide the timeline? Don't we have to provide it in the ordinance or the resolution?
I'd like a consensus on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the motion is to approve Resolution 2014-3296, approving temporary parking by permit only on Feather Hill Drive, Mountain View Circle, and Dotson for 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for a 3-month trial period, and we'll come back in January.
Is it 7 to 7 or 24 hours?
7 to 7.
And
Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasenelli.
no.
Mayor Barnett.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We had to do something on that. These people have been through enough. We gotta at least give it a shot.
Okay,
Oh, you
next
just
one.
upset a whole lot of people.
Well, thankfully,
More
the
than
second one
32
got
people.
pulled.
You won't be here, Deborah, to deal with it. So we know, so we're pretty good on that.
I'm sure she'll
I've
tell
been,
us about it.
I've been dealing with this over and over and
This
over
group
again
has had
the
enough
whole time I've
stress
been
over
on the
last
council.
year or two with this to probably balance
Right.
out the whole rest of the community for the
go.
90 days.
This is,
I think we need a break.
Rick,
a
is
cup
I
of
knew,
coffee.
let's take a
Let's take a
5-minute
five-minute
recess.
Yeah, I agree.
We've got-
We'll
we need a
recess
5-minute
for 5
We should
minutes.
be thankful that the second item was pulled by the owner.
Continue that hearing.
So moved.
To another, are we talking to another date?
October's meeting.
Oh,
Right now
okay.
it's tentative for October.
October.
If we,
Second.
sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we open the public hearing and leave it open, we avoid having to renotice for the CUP. So that would be the recommendation, is just to open the public hearing and then have a.
Okay, I open the public hearing.
Okay, all right, so you want to open item 2, and then we'll address it with a continuance, okay.
Yes,
All right,
thank
so
you.
I'll call item number 2, the conditional use permit number 0760 at 19026 Ridgeview Road, on behalf of Mr. Corey.
The applicant has requested to continue to the next meeting. So motion to
Okay,
continue.
that's if,
I'll
That's
make,
it.
I'll make a motion to continue.
To October.
second?
Voice vote?
Oh,
Aye.
Continued. And then next,
Do we need to make a motion to move item 4 up in the agenda? I would like to move item 4 up in the agenda.
That's,
Is there a second?
yeah, I think that's fine. Is that my call? Is that my discretion?
it's your discretion. or
Yeah,
your-
I think that's fine. Let's advance item number 4, because we have somebody here to make a presentation.
Absolutely. Tonight making the presentation is Investigator Ryan Tisdale with the Anaheim Police Department. Take it away.
Hi, Ryan. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to discuss the automated license plate recognition, the LPR program that we have here in Orange County, give you a little bit of background, where we started, how we got the license plate readers, where we got the money, et cetera, and then kind of talk about how it's helped investigatively, how we're collecting the data, our retention policy, and where we're going from here. So to start out, this is just a map of California and give you kind of an idea how many residents are actually in Orange County. A lot of people don't realize there's over 3 million residents. That being said, 3,948,000 square miles, 24 different police agencies, approximately 69 or so homicides a year, nearly 4,000 assaults, 2,000 or 3,000 robberies, and a bunch of stolen vehicles. So we looked at this and we said, hey, what money do we have and what can we really do to combat some of these problems? And one of the avenues that the police departments have, and as well as the sheriffs, is what's called Urban Area Security Initiative funds, which is meant for asset protection, infrastructure protection, and also different ways to harden targets and ways to lower crime rates in the community. So what we did is we spent approximately $1 million, and we purchased 50 4-camera LPR systems that just simply mount on top of a police car attached to the light bar. We distributed those 50 systems throughout the 24 agencies. Obviously, the Sheriff's Department being the biggest got the most. Smaller agencies got one, et cetera. So they went out. That was at the beginning of 2013. And on patrol cars, simply as the patrol officers are going to calls, they're scanning license plates and collecting data. This is a density map that shows the coverage that we have in Orange County. The red indicates basically 50 reads per, I don't even know what it is, 15 feet, something like that. And as you can see, it goes into Corona and Norco and such because Orange County's data is connected with Riverside, San Bernardino, Northern California, and all that. In conjunction with this, we also have private companies that are out scanning license plates, dumping to the system. So as you can imagine, we have a fairly robust back end when we go and do searching and that sort of thing. This is actually a little bit old data. This is probably maybe 3-4 months old. In that time, we've collected somewhere in the neighborhood about 45 million license plates. And we've actually encountered nearly 26,000 vehicles listed as hot listed vehicles. There's a want of some sort on those cars that we would not otherwise have without this system. So that could be anything from stolen vehicles. It could be any uploaded license plate for a robbery suspect, a burglary suspect. It does include lost or stolen license plates, which the officer will determine if it is on the correct vehicle and not on the correct vehicle, such. But in total, about 26,000 hot listed vehicles have been hit on. And a hot listed vehicle is just a want on that car for something. There's some want that would officer to go further in investigation. Not necessarily arrests, but hey, there's an issue here. Should this plate be on the car? Is this person related? And that sort of thing.
Pardon me, Investigator Tisdale. It says 56 million. Is that what you were talking about? You said 45 million reads. Which one is it?
Well,
What's that number there?
56 million is including Riverside
Oh,
and
I see.
San Bernardino.
So 45 million was just Orange County.
Approximately 45 million.
Oh.
And this is, like I said, 3-4 months old, and we're collecting, I think, at a rate of about 4 to 5 million per month.
Okay.
Right. So that being said, this was great, and we're out scanning and collecting all this data. But what we identified after about a year is this is great, getting a lot of data, but we don't have the ability to target locations. So, and when I say target locations, if we have a special event, if we're doing working in investigation, we want to be able to deploy license plate readers in a specific area to see what's going on in that area if we're having issues. For instance, Angels playoff games. Who's coming in, who's going out. There's a big issue with third row seat thefts at those facility. Well, who's coming in, who's coming out at the times these are happening. So we wanted the ability to target locations as opposed to just randomly collecting data. And the way we found to do that was two different means. One is to deploy trailers. And a trailer is just simply a speed radar trailer. Slow down, you're going too fast. It's also collecting your license plate. Goes to the same back office as the other license plate scanners. And the second option is to install fixed cameras. And we can install the fixed cameras permanently. We can put them up for a week, 2 weeks, what have you. Simply tap into power on a light pole, tap into power on a power pole, and we're collecting license plate data. These are two ways to, again, to target. So the UASI bought 14 fixed cameras. Actually, it's backwards here on the slide. 4 LPR trailers and 14 fixed cameras that are deployable anywhere throughout the county. Any agency can request them because they were purchased with grant money. And I should also mention that all the 24 agencies, their system, if you're at Fountain Valley PD or you're at Anaheim PD, you log in, it says welcome Anaheim PD, welcome Fountain Valley PD, but it's all searching the shared back end. So when you're looking for the big one is robbery series. You'll get a robbery in Fountain Valley, you'll get one in Villa Park, you'll get one in Corona, and they're related. They're related in terms of the suspect description, and now you can actually circle the different locations and say, give me the commonalities that were there that day, and you might be able to pull up a license plate that's a person of interest, something like that. Very simple to install. They're actually not very big cameras whatsoever, and the box to your right there, that is basically everything that is needed to facilitate a camera. And so you have a Cradlepoint router, which is our way to get to the internet. You have a small power supply and a power over Ethernet connection.
What are the dimensions of that?
The box itself is the box of the camera.
What?
That box?
Well, yeah.
It's about the size of this piece of paper, wide and tall, and it's probably about that thickness as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not very intrusive at all. In fact, I think I have a photo. Those are the cameras actually on a light pole, and you can see the box at the top of the pole on the photo to your left. But that's what they look like deployed. So it's very unintrusive. We put them up and down quite often. Different cities. City of Laguna Beach went to fixed cameras in and out of their city. They've actually locked the city down, so anybody coming in or out is actually getting scanned because a lot of their crime was coming from non-residents, and they wanted to know, well, we know who's here, should be here, but who are these people that are here at the times of the crimes, so we can filter it out.
Can you put those on also traffic light poles?
Yes, sir. Again, this is just a slide to show you on the map in the system how you can circle 2 different areas, actually up to 20 areas, and say, give me the common plates in those areas. Again, very helpful investigations, robberies. One of the first things we do, honestly, when we get hit with a robbery, the unit that I work on, we deal primarily with serial crimes, prolific offenders, apprehension of suspects, and this is one of the first routes we go to is we do a complete background on somebody, and then we look at where their cars had popped up in the past to validate addresses, so we don't waste our time going to different locations. And the first thing we do when we look at any serial type crimes is to see, hey, what cars are common to those locations and what cars were at two different locations in and around the same time. And that's kind of how we get a lot of our leads. When you talk about video versus license plate recognition, oftentimes we'll have video of the car, but we cannot tell whose car that is. A lot of times these crooks are using very generic cars, rental car type cars, where they just look the same. So having a great description really doesn't mean much. That's where the LPR really kind of differentiates itself with just video.
Is there anything they can put over the plates to make it non-readable?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because I see those smoky plastic plates over a lot of license plates. Is that?
It's not legal. That's actually a citation. Yeah, you can't put anything over the plate or make it unreadable or anything like that. You see that a lot on the toll roads where people will manipulate the plates so they can't get hit with the toll. But yeah, no, there's definitely ways to do it. Right. The other thing too is, witnesses oftentimes they'll say, yeah, it was a gray car and I know the first character was a 4 and a C, but I don't remember the rest. Okay, that's enough where we can start. We can do wildcard searches. So we can take a location where they saw the car, we put in the partial plate, it gives us a list of all the cars that meet that criteria. With the back end of the system being so great, that's a lot of data. So what we do is we'll run that search and then we'll start filtering through the photographs looking for the cars that meet their description, that kind of thing. So that's a big help. The more we can narrow it down, the better. But pretty much, what they say is around 80% of all crime has a vehicle nexus to it. Well, frankly, the car you're looking for is in this system. It's just how good are you at filtering the data to come out with that car. So we've got better and better at doing that, and it's just a huge resource that we do have, especially if you have the time to go in and do the comparative analysis, look at the partial plates and such.
I assume that if the license plate's not readable, it knows a car went through there, it just didn't get a recognizable plate. Does it snap a photo or anything?
It does not. No, actually, so in each license plate camera, there's actually 2 cameras. There's a color camera and then there's an IR camera. And the way it works is, as the license plate passes through the camera, the reflectivity from the IR being pushed out is what it captures. So if you don't have plates on your car and you drive by, it doesn't capture an image. But the funny thing is, I can't tell you how many times a suspect car we're looking for is parked next to another car, and it reads this car that's passing, and we get a perfect picture of our suspect car. I can think of a homicide investigation we worked about 6 months ago, where we knew this individual was driving a particular car, and it was an older Monte Carlo type car, very uncommon, and we knew he was probably in this car, but we didn't really have a description of it, and we wanted to get so we just searched and searched where this particular individual lived, and we just so happened a license plate reader car passed as it scanned another car on the street, and our car was parked on the curb line, and we got a perfect picture of it. So even though the car may not have a license plate or we don't even have access to it, it still comes in handy just because those photographs can be looked
So
at.
you get an actual photo irrespective of the plate. In other words, it doesn't just scan the plate and put it in the database. It takes a photo?
It takes depending on how close it is, it'll give you a close-up of the plate, and then it'll give you a wider angle of either the rear of the car, that kind of thing. So yeah, you pretty much have the back.
So it's a photo, it's not just a digital reader where it scans it and pulls the data and throws it in. It actually takes a picture.
Sir.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yes, sir. This is just a report that will tell you the most common sighting, day and night sightings and such. Obviously, nighttime sightings are of much better value because we're looking for people where people lay their head, etc., that kind of thing. So, just one of the reports we can pull up. What are the hot lists good for? Everything from stolen vehicles, Amber Alerts, parolees at large, sex registrants. If you have sex registrants and you're worried about them coming into a school, you can upload a list of hot listed vehicles, and you can geo-zone the school. If they pop in the school, you get notified, that kind of thing. So there's a ton of things you can do with the data and resources such as trailers or fixed cameras, something like that. You could cover schools, anything like that.
I'm sorry. When you first started, you were talking about the ALPRs that are mounted to law enforcement vehicles. I think you said 24 of them had been purchased, and it was a cost of $1 million. Was that right?
We have 24 agencies.
24 agencies.
They've got, and we have 50 cars.
So 50 vehicles at a cost of $1 million. Did you mention the cost of these particular license plate readers that are mounted? I missed that if you said it.
No, I did not say
Okay.
that. The fixed cameras. So, with one of those boxes that you saw,
yes,
we deploy 2 cameras.
Okay.
Each camera costs around, excuse me, $9,000 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
The box itself with all the internals is about $800. So you're looking at about roughly $19,000 when you have the 2 cameras and the box. The trailers themselves, what it is it's just a speed radar trailer, and then you take this kit, you attach it. The speed radar trailer, I want to say, is around $15,000, and the kit itself is around $12,000, and the integration is around $2,000-3,000, something like that. All this was covered with grant funds originally. The first purchase of 50, the 4 trailers, and the 14 cameras was all purchased with grant funds, and they're available.
Yeah, I was going to say it doesn't have to be a special trailer because it's retrofitted with this particular equipment.
Absolutely not.
You just said adding, it's about $12,000 to add it to the trailer, but you'd said the cameras were $9,000 a piece, which would be 18. Is there not 2 cameras on the trailer?
There's 2 cameras on the trailers, but they're completely different. The fixed cameras are more of a high-end. There's no inside the trailer. There's actually like a computer system. It's a processing system. The way the actually fixed cameras work to cut down on size, it actually just goes straight to the internet. It goes straight to the server, if you will.
So they're more expensive cameras.
They're more expensive cameras, and they're much better quality because of the distances they're shooting. A lot of times, 75 or 80 feet away.
Okay.
Yeah. we actually put some up in our city on Beach Boulevard, which is a major problem area for us, and it made a big difference, impacted a big deal of investigations there.
Are you aware where the prices are dropping in these or not? That whole area, that equipment seems to just go like this.
Right. Right.
How long ago were these purchases? I'm just curious to see if the market's gotten any cheaper. Maybe.
We actually pressured the company to get something out that was cleaner and smaller and stuff. We got the first production run, which was around January. So I know they've been doing this more and more. At the time we purchased them, I believe they were $8,500 to $9,000. So I don't know. They may have come down. I'm not really sure, but I'm pretty sure they would, be willing to deal in bulk and stuff like that.
Is there competition, or is it a sole supplier? They got competition?
There's competition within there's basically 3 main license plate recognition vendors. Hardware, they're fairly consistent. They're about the same. It's when you get into the back office analytical capabilities is where the big discrepancies lie. And when we set out to implement this, when we looked at this holistically, we said, hey, what is LA County doing? What's San Diego County doing? They had license plate systems years back to 2006, much farther advanced than we are. But we said, hey, what did you guys do well? What would you guys do differently starting it now? And everybody said, hey, have the back end do more. So when we went into this, we could have easily just went with the typical vendor that both San Diego and LA went with, but we said no. Let's see what else is out there, what can do more, and we came across this company. Since then, both have switched over to this company. So when you talk about hardware in general, they're about the same. It's the back office, and the issue, frankly, with going with a different vendor at this point would be you wouldn't really be on the same system that we've already built up. And the beauty of that is actually an off-site server. Server's actually in Virginia. We went and looked at all the chiefs of police and said, hey, who's willing to house this server? Who's willing to maintain this infrastructure? No, we don't want it. We don't want it. So I presented at the Orange County Chiefs of Police about an off-site server. Unanimously, we want to do that, and that's kind of where we're at now. So there is other vendors out there. Price points, I don't know. I would imagine they're fairly similar, but the benefit is it would all be on the system that we've all, when Laguna Beach just purchased 9 fixed cameras, they're on the same system just so it all ties together.
And it's administered primarily by who? By Orange County Sheriff? Did you say?
Anaheim maintains kind of control over all of the agencies, yet each agency has their own agency managers to add users, delete users, upload hot lists. When someone from Orange County Sheriff's logs on, it's as if it's their system. They can add and delete, do whatever they want. The same thing with Anaheim. A couple of us at Anaheim that oversee the whole thing, we're in constant contact with those agency managers and make broader changes when it comes to policies, who we as a group share with, et cetera.
This whole group is working off that one software system you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And then the main server with all the data is in Virginia?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. And we're actually tied in with agencies throughout the county as well, Arizona.
So how did you tie that? The other agencies tie into the Virginia server? Is that the?
Right. One of the big issues, just on a quick side note, the big issue we learned from LA County and San Diego County was they all had their own servers. So each agency had a server. Well, the problem was this city has this policy behind the server. We retain data for 3 months. They retain data for 1 year. You retain data for 6 months. And it just becomes this convoluted mess of server to server, IT nightmare, policy nightmare. When a request comes in for license plate data, your policy may say we give it out. My policy may say we don't give it out. It's for law enforcement purposes only. So what we did is we said, hey, one server, one policy. We do this one way. And when we do searches, unlike a lot of other agencies, we require a case number. So you can't just go in and start searching the system for license plates. It has to be pertinent to an investigation. And it actually will force you on a query to give the case number that it's related to. And that's in our policy. So we take it a step further as far as protection and all that stuff. Our data retention is a minimum of 2 years is what we have as our data retention. So we do take extra steps that the other agencies don't do. I know that can be a concern for some, but again, it is a big benefit, and it is very nice to have the one policy all falling under. And that's why when we talk about sharing outside of our group, we have to make sure that the agency we're sharing with has the forced audits, requires the case numbers, because we wouldn't want them to get hit with a request where they don't follow all the same protections we do.
And Orange County Sheriff is tied in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what costs would we have, other than buying the cameras and the power supplies or solar or whatever we have to tie into? And then I guess we'd have a monthly cost for the cell transmission back and forth. But beyond that, what would we have for tie-in, or is that already in place? And
right. So you have your initial cost. You have it's about $35 per 2 cameras, because the Cradle Point router is about $35 a month. We use Verizon. Other than that, you have a maintenance fee per camera. Ours for Orange County, I know we just budgeted it for the next fiscal year for the grant, and it's $500 per camera per year. So right now it's 50 cars, but it's actually 4 cameras per car, so that's 200 cameras, and then the 14 fixed and stuff. I think we budgeted somewhere around $130,000 out of grant money to continue the system. So you'd be looking at roughly $500 per camera-ish. I don't want to quote their prices.
When you say per camera, are you talking about the 2-camera system? Is that each camera, so that's $1,000 for each one of the setups? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so each box has got 2 licenses.
That was our pricing. I don't know what, but that's
cameras,
roughly.
It's 4 cameras a car, so each car is $2,000 maintenance fee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all covered.
Let's make it easy. Per car.
In the fixed, it's 2. In the fixed locations, it's 2.
Yes.
So $1,000 licensing fee per box fixed annually.
You could run 1 camera on those boxes or 2. It's typically 1 camera per lane is where we get our most bang for our buck. So if you're trying to cover, you can cover 1 lane or 2 lanes with 1 camera, but you're in the 70% range. If you cover 1 lane per camera, you're high 90s.
Wow.
I have a question on if you've collected any data, even though I know it's relatively new that you're fielding this, that tells you what kind of crime prevention or crime reduction has resulted directly to the institution of this system. That's what I'm interested in.
We haven't collected anything specific like that, but I can tell you, having been a part of this for a couple of years now, working, I mean, I get requests all the time for this, federal agency requests, local agency requests, within house, and you talk about, it's funny because you talk about, oh, that's a needle in a haystack, that really would never happen. That needle in a haystack happens to me probably every month. And it just really becomes a matter of how much time you're willing to invest in something. The data's there. You just get lucky. I mean, the Fullerton officer that was shot, the canine officer that shot, that vehicle was put in the system by an Anaheim officer immediately after that happened. We knew the license plate. He had stopped the car. It got hit on, I think, about an hour later by a license plate reader camera, which got CHP's helicopter overhead to locate the driver of that vehicle. Now, the shooter wasn't in that vehicle, but that arrest led to the capture of the shooter a day or so later. So what are the chances the fleeing vehicle, what are the chances the car leaves, someone enters the plate, and then this car sees it? Not very high, but it happens. And if you have the license plate readers out there doing this, you do tend to get lucky. And it just works out that way. But investigatively, identifying serial crimes, it's huge.
It's a crime solver.
It absolutely
It's a crime
is.
solver, so I want to make sure that we understand what's happening here. Because
Absolutely.
the crime's going to occur, but we want to be able to stop it.
So it's not going to
So-
prevent anything,
Yeah.
and it's probably not going to reduce anything, except that,
You
we've
catch
learned
'em.
through the course of our time here that one individual is usually responsible for multiple crimes. You get that one bad guy off the street, you've stopped a lot of crimes, in fact.
Well, I don't know that you can say there's no deterrence if they know there's cameras there, but what's the grant avail? Do you have any idea what's going on with the grant money? What's the grant availability? Is that something you have any familiarity at all with?
Right now, the grant, from what I understand, actually we have a little bit more money this year, but what they're trying to do, because at any one time they can take that away. A lot of what the grant is right now is kind of in maintenance mode of all the purchases they've made over the years. There's a lot of, this is a good example, reoccurring costs and such. But it's definitely something that could be looked into. But usually when they're talking grant-related money, they want something more of a regional aspect, and that's where we came out with the 14 fixed cameras and 4 trailers, because those aren't permanently mounted. If the city of Villa Park, we actually just put 2 trailers up in Rossmore on a school issue last week to collect license plates and such. So they're available to be deployed. It's just a simple request goes in. But I don't know the feasibility of the grant as far as a purchase like this goes. But one other point, it is a preventative approach as well, because if you have a particular issue where you're worried about a certain individual going to a location, you can put those readers out or a car out, and you can hot list that car, and if that person comes there, you can have the system send the principal an email saying, hey, just FYI, this car drove down the street, or the officer on duty for the day, or the chief, what have you, to just say, hey, there's no crime that happened, but just be aware that this car, person of interest, went by here, kind of thing. So it is at an awareness level, especially at large events, those kind of things. So it's just really how you want to utilize it. There's a bunch of capabilities for it.
So the little bit that you've seen of our city, where would you want to utilize it?
I think I would defer that to the chief of police. I mean, I don't. It really has there's a bunch of uses. It really.
Give me a
really
wish list just to give an idea of what would be the best scenario, because that gives us an idea. Are we looking at a trailer? Do we need to look at a fixed camera, which obviously is the best, but it has its issues?
I would, in my opinion, the trailers, and we're learning this right now because I'm the one that gets to deploy all these trailers. They're great, but they last about 4 to 5 days, and then you have to swap them. So the batteries, they sit and they last about 4 to 5 days, and you have to swap them. We were working an investigation at a hotel where I've swapped trailers for the last 4 weeks, and it is a pain. What I would say is if you're looking at a lot of events, trailers are great. They go for weekends. that kind of thing. If you're looking at basically to see kind of the big major thoroughfares in and out of the city as more of a crime problem, hey, we kind of want to get a gist of who's coming in and out of the city, what we have, burglaries, that kind of thing, I would say definitely you want to go with a fixed solution for sure. But it just really kind of depends on what you're looking at doing.
So,
And you
2
want the main
cameras, 2
arteries.
lanes. Overall, it's about 10 grand a camera, so 20,000 a box if that's the way you're looking at it. And then $1,000 a year for integration and then we got what do we got? One, is there, each one of those cameras has its own card, phone card?
The air card will run 2 cameras.
2, okay. And that's like 30,
But you need one
35
for each
bucks a
lane,
month,
so
so.
you'd need 4 boxes essentially to cover, you know, if we were gonna do it, it'd be Catella Road, or
Right.
what we like to call Villa Park Road. So you're looking at 20 grand times 4, that's 80. And then my other question then is, what's the shelf life on these cameras? You know, how often do they have to be replaced? Do you have an answer for that?
I don't have an answer for that. We have had the cameras that are mounted on the cars, we've had them coming up on 2.5 years, and we've replaced, we added in a 3-year warranty on those cameras, and we've replaced a few of them, but really not very many. The fixed cameras are still relatively new. I would definitely suggest some sort of a warranty built in, 2 to 3 year minimum, just in case.
Even
But
that
I believe
$100,000 expenditure that you're only gonna get 3 or 4 years out of
Well,
is pretty crazy for our city anyway, but that's.
I could be wrong. The $500 per camera per year may be actually a warranty, and may cover hardware costs and the back end use.
Okay.
So it may be covered in there. I'm not exactly
This is
sure.
just exploratory for us anyway, so, thank you.
That brings up another question. I mean, if all these other agencies have these deployed already, does it make sense for us to add in?
Absolutely, sir.
So it doesn't, it helps. Every single point helps, okay.
Absolutely, because you know, you're only as good as your data at the time. So a lot of times when you're talking about serial crimes and they rob this location and this location, we're only as good as the license plates that were scanned that day or that hour of the crime. A lot of times we'll go and we'll circle an area, no plates have been scanned. So the more fixed locations you can have, the better, just for that kind of data.
Well, I was thinking about the rate of crime here, which is pretty low. I think we would be helping everybody else, but that's good keeping them out of here as well, so there you go.
Quick question. If some of the crooks knew about this, I'm sure they do, what's to stop them? You mentioned it a little bit, but I want more clarification. Say that they have a yellow Mazda RX-8 or whatever, and they just pop on plates from another car on it, and they go do some crimes, and the license plate reader reads. How the color camera snaps the car, license plate reader grabs the plate. Does the 2 pictures correlate together and go, oh, that ain't supposed to be a yellow Mazda, it's supposed to be something else, and that's a hit?
No.
Do you see my point on that?
Absolutely, and what you're talking about is cold-plated vehicles.
Sure.
And if they're smart crooks, they're going to find the exact same car and they're going to cold plate it.
Got it. But how does the system know if the plate, it doesn't know?
It doesn't know, but what happens, believe it or not, is a lot of times the resident, because what they don't typically do is they don't steal both plates. They'll usually take one plate.
Got
and they'll usually replace it with a rear plate.
Sure.
And then the resident will see, hey, wait a second, my plate, something's wrong. They'll call and they'll enter that plate as stolen. And then it will be in the system.
Sure.
Immediately, because once a vehicle is stolen or license plates are stolen, an officer takes the report, goes to teletype, gets sent to DOJ. DOJ pushes that into a list, so we have it. So, initially nothing, we won't know that that's the case, but we will have that car scanned. It's going to be the same description, but it may not correlate to the right plate. But it is a way for us to start something. So if we see a yellow Honda, let's say, and it comes back to somebody unrelated to the crime, at least, hey, this matches the car. We're going to go talk to this individual, and then we'll realize, okay, wait a minute, these plates don't even match. This is the right thing. So it's a way to start.
Yeah, understand. Okay, thank you.
Let's see. One of the big pushes right now is actually, hopefully soon, we'll actually be able to search on make and model. So again, coming back to ability to filter data, instead of sifting through photographs, we have a partial plate, and now we sift through a bunch of photographs. Now we can kind of say, hey, give me all the white vehicles or all the white Honda Civics, and limit it that way. So that is coming in the near future. The other thing is convoy analysis. So particularly in your venues where you're worried about infrastructure protection, hey, just send me a note if these two vehicles go to these two venues at this time. Let me know, or let the asset manager be aware. Those are things that are coming. More terrorism-related type things.
Mhm.
We were talking about vehicle-borne explosive devices and stuff like that. But it is out there. It is something that we can do and deploy and manage. So that those are two things that are kind of lurking around the corner, hopefully.
So the software is evolving, getting smarter, more tools.
Absolutely, yeah. Kind of every day, kind of.
Is it DMV interface? Is that interfaced at this point where it pulls up the lights? Do you know what the car is?
DMV maintains the big hot lists, the Amber Alert lists, all those kind of things. They maintain those lists and they push them out to the car. The officers at the individual departments can also upload their own lists. So if a detective's working robbery, burglary, whatever, they can create their own list and push it out to the cars as well. So the vast majority of them, I think the DOJ stolen vehicle list in California is right around 300,000 vehicles are listed in there. So that's the vast majority of them.
I guess my question was, and you may have already answered, I think, if somebody says, hey, it was a brand new green Honda Civic, can you then run that inquiry and see if the camera in this area popped up any cars matching that description based on the plate? Or do you not have that kind of interface capability with DMV yet?
There, actually, that's a great question. There's no interface with DMV on purpose because so when you talk about privacy, we're just scanning a license plate. We don't know who you are, who's driving the car, who the car is registered to. We just want to know this car was here at the time. So we don't interface at all with any driver information, owner information, anything like that. If it's something on an investigation where we identify, hey, this car may be relevant, we will take it a step further and we'll run DMV, we'll run a bunch of different things to identify the owner, what's going on there. But no, as far as owner information, DMV information like that, nothing at all.
Okay, so you couldn't then say, well, we got a description, so take a look at your list here in the last 30 minutes on this street and see if a car meeting that description ran through based upon the plate. Because to do that, you'd have to have access to the DMV and get all the Hondas in that color, get all the plates, and then match it against your runs and see if there was a hit. It doesn't do that.
It doesn't do that, but what it is going to do is not go through DMV. It's going to go through basically like a Carfax, and it's going to say, hey, this license plate should be on this type of vehicle, this color vehicle, the insurance information, and tell you that, but it won't tell you anything about the owner.
So that's in there.
Yeah. Well, no.
It's up and coming.
That's where we'd like to go.
Yeah,
with
that's
it. It's
going
not
there.
Oh, okay.
That's where the future kind of lies. Hopefully, the near future, but not quite yet. Right now, we'd have to sift through photographs, looking for a car matching the description.
I got you.
It's possible. It just takes time.
Okay.
Yeah, these are just examples of different things we've obviously used on homicide, sexual assaults, organized crime investigations.
So if an Amber Alert is issued, who comes to you?
If an Amber Alert is issued, actually the license plate will go to DOJ.
Mm-hmm.
DOJ will push it out on their hot list. Their hot list is accepted by the majority of license plate reader systems, and then it just gets sucked into the system. And it's done like that for a couple reasons, because
They don't ask you, they take it.
Yeah, they just, as you upload it, they just throw it out. And the reason it's kind of a one-stop shop, DOJ is kind of involved, because what you don't want is you don't want officers at Anaheim typing in Amber Alert vehicle someone from Fountain Valley typing it in, sending it out. The car gets found in Bakersfield, and then somebody forgets to take it out down here locally. So DOJ solely controls throwing it in the system and pulling it out of the system, so that it's completely out of the system and you don't have people getting stopped for no reason, kind of thing.
And that's with an Amber Alert, or is that with all of it? Is it all upload? Is the Department of Justice have all of it? Every information?
All of the major lists that go out to everybody. Okay. The local agencies can control their own deployments as far as their own cars. On, like, if I'm a robbery detective Anaheim and I put in a hot listed vehicle, I can push it out to all Anaheim cars, but I can't push it out to the whole county.
Can they take it?
They could, yes.
They could, so they have a right to take, they can come and take it from you, though.
Who's that?
Department of Justice.
No. They have no idea we're even putting it in. And I think that's about it.
Oh, you skipped the most controversial
I know.
one.
Did you want me to go back to that?
Well, obviously you've had to deal with the Big Brother type of arguments, so I do want you to you've dealt with it already, so what kinds of things are you seeing there?
So, the big thing is the PRA request, public information requests that we get. And you'll see people come in and they'll say, I want to know where my car's been, where my license plate's been. Different agencies have different policies regarding this. LA County, LAPD, Long Beach, San Diego was just sued over this. LAPD, LA County says, no, we're not giving you the information. It's for law enforcement purposes only. ACLU sued them and said, no, that's not how it works. You're collecting this data on non-criminals, so we want to know where our car's been. Well, ACLU lost recently in court. The judge threw it out and said, no, the police department does not have to release this information. The greater good is to retain the information. So that being said, Orange County takes that a step further, and we require a case number to be used on a query of the system. So physically, even if we could give it out, we have to have some sort of a case number. If there was some sort of a case number, it'd be part of an ongoing investigation anyway. We couldn't give it out to you. The thing to remember about a lot of this is your car could be scanned a bunch of times. Nobody ever sees that car, because unless you're specifically looking for this vehicle with this case number attached to this crime, we have no idea that your car is next to the car that we're looking for, or 3 cars down, or anything to do with it. So, yes, it's collecting a broad sample of data on people that have nothing to do with crime, but the detectives and officers that are searching this have no idea, because they're only looking for the car that is involved in the crime, that kind of thing. So, and again, we go through and we add that other layer of protection, which I believe LA County is now adding to that, having a justification for a search and stuff. So, trying to think if we've been hit with any, we've been hit with PRA requests asking for our policy and asking for information, but I don't believe we've been hit with a PRA requesting a certain license plate information. But again, we would decline it based on those reasons, that it is law enforcement and the fact that it needs to have a case number to pull it up.
Okay, this is going to be a series of questions here real quick. If we were to sign on, if we decided we wanted to go ahead and get involved in this program, the only benefit would be if we got involved with the regional tie-in, correct? That means that we would then, by virtue of doing that, agree to accept the policies that have already been written.
You would fall under the sheriff's policy, which is basically the county.
Right, that's a given. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be sure. I just want to be sure I understand that. And then any lawsuits then that might stem out of it. Let's say somebody in Villa Park decides they don't like it. Who would? I guess this may be a question more for you than this guy, but I appreciate everything Investigator Tisdale has shared with us. Who would own the liability of that if someone decided to sue the city? Would that be the county?
For what?
Well, for invasion of privacy or anything like that. I mean, people are creative.
It would sort of just learning about this system now.
Okay.
My answer is going to be very tentative, but it sounds like it would be the lawsuit would go to the holder of the information based on what we're discussing. But that's not to say that the city, paying for it or implementing it wouldn't be joined in the lawsuit in some
they'd be
capacity.
named, sure.
So you certainly could be named, and if they could extend it to the city, I mean, that's a possibility that they could extend it to the city.
And it doesn't even have to be a Villa Park resident, really. It could be somebody that says they're driving on our streets that are
Oh yeah,
public streets.
It's not going to be limited to a Villa Park resident. yeah.
Okay. That's just something I think it's something to think about.
Here's a quick question. Let's say we installed some of these fixed mounted ALPR cameras in our city on some arteries, some big arteries. Let's say there was a robbery in our city on a certain night at 3 a.m. in the morning. You have a case number because there's a robbery. So how would the software react to a query of, okay, let's go to this camera and find out all the license plates they hit and find out who lives in our city, who lives in LA, who lives in other cities. It might have been in our city at that time. How good is the software to do a query like that?
Very good, actually. Okay. What we would do is we'd look at the location and the artery you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd simply especially if there's a fixed camera there, we would just pull maybe an hour before and after, and just the area right around that camera, see what kind of traffic. I imagine that late at night, there's probably not a lot of cars.
Yeah,
yeah. And then, right. Yeah, and then at least we have a sample of data that we may not be determined which car it is. Maybe we have a description, maybe we don't, maybe there's other information, but we have something to go on. And now if they hit somewhere else, okay, well, these are all the cars that came and left here. Is this matching any other crime trends we're seeing? Are there any wanted bulletins with a car that's matching the cars we had here? Those kind of things. But it really, we may not be able to solve it based on that, but it's a good start. Because these crooks aren't doing one robbery, they're not doing one burglary, they're hitting places all over. And just as when we arrest a serial burglar or robber, you think, wow, this is awesome. We got these guys. They're on they hit 20 different places. The next day, there's another crew doing the exact same thing, and there's another crew the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So the data in and of itself may not solve it, but it's great for the other crimes or tying things together.
So you mentioned the system is not really tied to DMV records. So say there were 15 cars that went through in some time frame around the time of the crime. You don't know if that car is from LA or Anaheim or Villa Park. You would have to take all 15 and run DMV records to find out where the car is based out of, or how would you know where it's based out of?
What I would do is I would probably take those cars and do a batch search. What I would do is I'd basically take the cars that I found and then circle Villa Park and then see if any are common to Villa Park. Other than that,
so you'd have to query the DMV records in order to.
Do you query your own records to see if they've been coming in?
So I would say, okay, so.
I see. Yeah. Because you know the Villa Park cars based on the amount of hits constantly.
Right.
Okay.
Right. I would try to filter out any cars
that are uncommon.
Yes. Yes.
I see.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One of the we've done this in the past where we get DNA off a burglar suspect. So somebody robs a house, they leave DNA, we get a DNA hit back on an individual. That individual lives in Los Angeles. We'll go in and we'll circle that right in front of that person's house, pull all the cars in front of the house for a couple months, and say, hey, we're getting hit with a lot of burglaries in Yorba Linda. Have any of the cars that are in front of this house popped up in Yorba Linda? Yes, right here and here. Where are the burglaries in Yorba Linda? Right here and here. Wow, that's a coincidence. It's a good way to tie these individuals to. That's what I'm saying. It's really as big as you want to make it. The data's there. You can do all those things, and we've solved burglaries like that as well.
Very cool.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well,
Thank
no
you.
other council questions?
I think
Right.
we need to
Well,
digest that a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I really
Thank you, sir.
appreciate the input, and we'll be digesting this for a while, I presume.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Cool. Right. Appreciate it.
Excuse me, I'm a resident. Can I ask a few questions of this, or is this just like a procurement of
You know, probably the best thing would be to, since he's out, maybe just go talk to him on his way out if he's willing to talk to you, and if you get any blasts of wisdom, come.
It does cross constitutional rights, and who knows what someone could do with other people's information. I brought it to my car club, and they were quite alarmed. I know it's criminals or anything.
Why don't you come up to the podium, because the people who are watching can't hear you.
I mean, if you want to come on up and.
That way.
I'm just a little concerned about confidentiality and whatnot like that. If someone's driving a very expensive car, are you a policeman by chance? I didn't quite. Okay, thank you. And the demographics are a little different here than they are on Harbor Boulevard in Anaheim. So I'm appreciative that it's working to get crime and whatnot. I do have a little background myself. But I am a little concerned about someone manipulating things for a personal gain or something like to procure information. I brought it up to my car club, which happens to be the Rolls-Royce Owners Club, and several members were very alarmed about, in our membership, just real quickly, confidentiality is very important because people can use whatever they can to try to ferret out particular information on what their holdings are, and et cetera, kidnapping candidate, et cetera. So if someone's driving like $1 million car, it's just a little alarming. You know, I know you're really with the police, and I'm sure the police do a very good job and whatnot like that. But what if someone else happens to come across this or breach your system? And trust me, it's happened everywhere, including the United States military. What kind of background or what kind of guarantee can you offer people that it's not used for breach? I happen to drive a Rolls Royce tonight. That's very rare. So what if someone were to get that information and then get other information? There's many ways you can get information from one vehicle. I also contacted my insurance companies too, and they weren't too pleased with this either. So what kind of backup, what kind of protection system do you have that if someone were to breach your system, that someone else couldn't delve into it and try to get that information? For example, what happened with Home Depot, I was contacted from USAA. It's far-reaching. What we have here is ingenious, I hear, but there's always someone who can try to trick a system and go even further. So those are my questions. What kind of backup, what kind of protection? How do we know it will not be used for other purposes? For example, kidnap. That's one thing in the Rolls-Royce Club, quite concerned. People want to get information. One guy was murdered at LAX driving his Silver Spur. Some guy happened to find out how wealthy he was, and that made the news about 10 years ago. He happened to be a member of the club too. So my concern is what kind of information is out there that someone could possibly tap into, and safeguards and et cetera.
Well, if you're asking about security, the security of the back end of the system meets all federal FBI standards for security. Could it be breached? Excuse me, could anything be breached?
Yes.
The thing is, though, they have to know your license plate. You can't do a search for Rolls Royce. You can't do a search for Ferraris. You can't do a search for any of that stuff. So they'd have to know who you are, and if you really wanted, I mean, there's so much stuff out there open source.
I understand.
Like that, they could see your car. They could follow you to your house.
I know that.
There's all those other options that are, frankly, a lot easier than breaching our system to do what you're asking about doing. So I don't know personally if this system ever had been breached across the nation. There's a ton of agencies that do it. Is it possible? Sure, I'm sure it is.
I'm not to argue with you, but the military's been breached numerous times by the Chinese. So I'm not trying to cut down your system, but if the military's breached several times, trust me, your system eventually will. And that is what my concern is. Technology I'm always leery of. And many people think I'm foolish for it, but it's true. What I discover, what I implement, what I suggest, and what I do in my line of work, I am quite alarmed, and I want to keep. I hate seeing my rights infringed upon. My family was persecuted in Russia, and half of them were slaughtered by a government that wanted to find out more information. And that's also my concern, too. I just.
Mr. Bivens, I don't want to interrupt, but we got a full calendar to go, and
Okay,
this is
I
kind of
hear you.
collateral. This is just something we're looking into.
Okay, very
the
good.
details of the security on the system, it's just license plate numbers anyway. It doesn't tie to anything. So,
However, if we were
that's
going to
something.
take some action, it would be agendized, and you
Sure.
have
Okay, well,
ample
very good.
opportunity,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
I happen to read
if we're
about
going
it
to
in
do
the
something,
paper,
it would be agendized and addressed again. This was merely an informational inquiry for us to see what was out there, and might be something that we could look at. But that's
Okay.
all it is now.
All right,
I wouldn't even worry about it at
Okay,
this point.
thank you.
Okay,
But
sure.
we're all being scanned anyway.
I know that.
So-
Thank you.
It's true.
Okay.
Can we have some comments from our own sheriff before we end just to see?
Sure, we can do that. Lieutenant Gunsley, you got any comments for that, or?
Just to Mr. Levin's point, you know, and like you alluded to, it's just license plate numbers.
Oh, I didn't mean with that. I meant in regard to Villa Park and the use of that system.
And just in you know, we really haven't gotten into detail too much, but when Jared and I were talking, and like Mr. Mills said, that, you know, we'd be helping other people. My hope is if we do an arterial like Cannon, Orange PD, you know, helps out with that cost, maintenance cost and initial cost. And I'm not sure how involved Orange is in the system. So, you know, I like it just because it's already an established system and it's law enforcement based, and you know, it does work. And in the cars we have one in Yorba Linda and one in North Patrol on the west side. And we collect the data, but we're not nearly experts like Ryan is, and that's why I want him here to answer the questions. Cause
you know, that raises an interesting issue too. Because I thought about that earlier. If there was something at Catella and Santiago or Wanda or whatever it is there, you know, that really is an Orange Villa Park issue. Same thing up at the other end of Catella. Plus, this would be administered by the sheriff's department, who would use it across it would be county-wide, basically. Is this something where if we decided to do something, perhaps the sheriff's office would put this in or lead the charge, and the cities make a participation to it or something? Or do you have any idea?
Yeah, and that's something we can definitely look into. I've been hesitant to make any contact over there because I didn't know what was going to be talked about here. But you know, we can definitely do that through administrative purposes. Just say, hey, we're looking at putting these cameras in. We would like, since geographically it would be beneficial for Orange, and you know, some of the streets would be affected by them, that they should pony up on the cost. But that's, I said, we haven't got deep in discussions with that at all.
I'm just thinking that, you know, sheriff is countywide, and frankly, this is countywide to say the least. It would just be local cameras, almost like a broader based system. So that might be something we could talk to the sheriff's office about and say, hey, want to participate in it.
Absolutely.
Okay, that might be something to follow up. I don't know who we contact. All right, any other comments on that item? Oh, there being none, I guess we'll move on here. I guess we're back at item number 3, the notice of termination of the California Public Employees Retirement System. So,
this is notice of termination for the California Public Employees Retirement System. It was continued from the August 26th meeting. At that time, City Council asked city staff to reach out to CalPERS and answer a few questions. We have asked those questions. They have been answered. The information's in your staff report, and for the benefit of the time, we're here to answer any questions that you may have. There are 2 resolutions that you will see. One is the CalPERS form version, quick and simple. It's 1 page. The other is the city's version with their own recitals. Now, CalPERS has made it clear that they do not want additional language in their resolution, but that is only their position. So it's up to the council tonight to decide whether or not you want to adopt the resolution, and then I would like to know which resolution, the CalPERS form version or essentially it's the mayor's version as he helped draft the recitals.
But we've got another version.
It was amended again, and the version that we will be considering is the one that was passed out this afternoon.
The red line.
Okay,
the red line.
that's what I wanted to be sure.
Red and green.
well, let me help a little. I'm so involved in this. Let me help a little bit with what's going on there. The resolution with the recitals in it that we got in our packets was essentially a draft that I sent to staff, contemplating that we would kind of work it out and chop it down, clean it up a bit. And frankly, as time went on, it really didn't happen too much. So as the meeting rolled up and I looked at it again, I thought, oh my gosh, it never really got called the way I'd hoped. So I took a look at it, and frankly, I cut it down and reorganized, cleaned it up a little bit. So I think that the red line version is a little shorter, a little cleaner, a little more orderly. And I know that with Jared's comments there about not particularly wanting anything more in the resolution than what's in it, it seemed to me we had a couple of choices. One is to, I really would like to see the recitals myself, because I think it spells out the city's position, or at least if council goes with it. Whether it's connected to the actual resolution that goes to CalPERS if we should pass it, or whether it's a separate recitals that authorizes the resolution and the resolution goes independently. Not sure it makes a lot of difference. I really doubt that CalPERS has the ability to tell the city what it can and can't express as far as the city's opinion and perceptions of why it's doing what it's doing. They may want their request in specific form, which we can certainly give them, and that's the way it's written in both cases. The operative portion of the resolution is identical in both. The operative section is verbatim. There's merely one that has recitals as to the city's position and why their view and why they're doing what they're doing. And I think the red line version just cleaned it up. It's unfortunate we didn't have a black line as well. I mean, a clean copy, because it's kind of hard to read with a red line.
I have a couple questions of staff. Sure. I want to just confirm, make sure that everybody at home is listening to this. There is, if we declare our intent to terminate, we can back out at any time, and it's my understanding that you got an email from them stating that we can.
Yes, so the option, this is the first step, adopting the resolution. Then it's a 3 to 6 month process once PERS accepts it, and they determine the pre-valuation numbers. At that time is, either go or abort. I talked to our chief actuary today, and they're finished with their 2013 numbers, and for June 2013, our hypothetical termination dropped to 2.8 million because they saw a better return last year. So it went from, it scared me, 3.5, 3.6 million down to 2.8 for June 30, 2013.
For us to opt out.
For us to opt out. Now there's still 2014 and then the year process going through this, so 2015. But yes, it will. Our decision will need to be made in 3 to 6 months once CalPERS has their valuation numbers.
And at this point, it doesn't appear to be, there is not any fees, and we shouldn't have to add a staff member to assist them.
No, they're telling us that the approximate staff time is unknown. All they need is a resolution. They do the work and come back to us.
Given that, just so I can cut myself short here, Rick, I saw resolution number 1, which I like, simple and sweet. There's a lot of issues I have with yours, although I agree with everything. I just think that there's some liability here. I mean, here it actually tells us that we're going to breach our fiduciary duty if we remain with them. So I don't want to admit to anything like that, and there's a lot. And yeah, there's a lot. And I agree with it. It almost looks like there's thoughts put in writing, which is great, but simple is better. Yes. And I'm okay with their first one, and I'll just cut it short and sweet right there.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, the first one's very elegant. I mean, it's right to the point. So
yeah, it's what they want to trigger the issue.
Well, yeah, that's boilerplate from them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's theirs.
Yeah, that's theirs. That's not ours.
Yeah.
But what is the purpose of our resolution? If you want to write an op-ed piece or put out a press release, go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the purpose
that is. My question is, what is the
yeah.
purpose of this? Is this an exercise or are we serious? I have a couple questions, real quick, where we were talking about, because I know there were people who were concerned about if the city terminates the retirement contract, the health contract terminates as well for all city employees. Is that what I understand? So not only would we have to find a new way to provide retirement benefits, but health benefits, but you're saying also that we are under no obligation to provide health benefits to our employees. Is that what I understood?
That appears to be the case for a city that's the size of Villa Park. There are federal regulations that require certain sized employers to provide health care benefits. The city doesn't fall into that category. There are state statutes that apply to what appear to be only state agencies. And so by process of elimination, there does not appear to be a statute that applies to, like I said, the city that's the size of Villa Park. So there's no legal obligation to provide.
Okay, so, but in the end, if we decide to execute actually separating from CalPERS, we would be losing then the health benefits portion for the employees, but not for non-PERS city council members. My question is, do we have any current city council members receiving health care benefits through the city? Okay, good. And then my other question is, it has to do actually with the contract that we have in place with our city manager. Does that spell out a certain level of health care that we've already agreed to? So then it would also necessitate that we would renegotiate our contract with our city manager. These are things I just want to be clear on. True? Okay, very good. I just want to be sure that I'm understanding what I think I'm understanding.
Deborah, just for the
Yes.
benefit of the public, let's
Yes.
make sure we understand that those council members who are receiving health benefits pay for those benefits.
do-
The
that's
city does
correct.
not pay for those
That's
benefits.
correct.
They write a check every month to the city.
They take advantage of the fact that we have a bulk option. They pay themselves. But I just wanted to be sure that there's not any existing council members, because I wonder if there's, any kind of conflict there. I just wanted to understand it. I read your version. I read their version. I totally agree with you. It seems to me like the entire purpose of what we're doing is an exercise almost to find out what really is our pension obligation, our liability. And it all is contained in one little section here, and it's still included in your third iteration. It's a very long resolution. 2.5 pages is a really long resolution. But it has to do with whereas the City Council of the City of Villa Park believes it is in the best interest of the residents of Villa Park and the public generally to ascertain the true cost of participating in the CalPERS retirement program and to make a full and transparent disclosure of those costs to the public. I think that's a pretty good thing for us to be stating. And then you added another sentence, because you are an attorney and are paid by the word. Public in the hope that such information will promote meaningful changes in the public retirement system. And I understand that. That's the exercise. That's the purpose of the exercise, is to point out, and rightfully so, an existing problem. And then I kind of wonder how this ties into some of our responses to the grand jury, which were probably not going to pull off of consent, I would assume, where 9 of the 12 findings and recommendations all have to do with explaining the true exposure that not just this municipality has, but all municipalities throughout the county. The Orange County Grand Jury, once again, did an outstanding job. So I think this is an exercise. Even the preliminary numbers that we thought we were looking at of $1.2 million.
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves
I know.
here.
I'm
We're just, we got inquiry
I am
to
asking
our
questions.
staff. We're going to
Okay.
go to private, then we're going to come back to this. So I think probably we're getting ahead of ourselves here, Deborah. If you don't have any
All right.
inquiries of staff,
I asked.
then
I think I asked. I'm sorry. Let me make sure that this is not an actual question. It is actually a question, but I'll hold off on this particular question. Go on.
anybody?
Question. Given we go down the path, and we do, and they come up with a final bill, how long do we have to pay for it? Is that immediate?
I don't know is the answer.
I mean, is it net 30, or,
I've seen
30.
Yeah, 2% discount.
2 different options. A lump sum, yes, so they send an invoice and we pay it in a couple weeks. And I've seen, in my research, other cities and staff reports stated that you can make payments to them. I'm not sure what the terms of those are, but that will be
But
discussed.
while we're making
in
payments to them to pay off our pension liability,
Further
we are
payments,
also
correct.
then paying into a new retirement system of some sort for our existing employees. And, well, I'm sorry. Then my other question, what happens with former employees that are still in the CalPERS system that is that partially what this is paying off?
That's what we're
Those
paying off.
people that are someplace else.
It doesn't affect them. They're just separated employees still working for a local government, and they will retire as if nothing ever happened.
And then my question has to do with what happens when let's say somebody decides to leave. Travis, you just got here, but let's say you decide to leave. And somebody from another city applies that's already in the CalPERS system. How does that work?
They would separate from CalPERS at that point and be absolved into the city's 401 or some type of defined contribution, right?
Do they get paid out on that? on what they've already contributed or what their former employers have already contributed?
I do not believe so.
I think so.
Not even a portion?
I think the calculation will just be done upon retirement. When they retire, they will
Would
get
be a
their piece of,
partial.
exactly. The
Okay.
calculation will be done. They just will have left the PERS entity, so they won't have any more, like, the 10 years that they work after it. That's a different retirement system that they're in, or 401k or whatnot.
Any other questions of staff? No?
But if someone does come from another city, agency or whatever, that may not be so enticing to them, correct?
Honestly, the way I see it playing out, if this happens, is the next city manager, let's just say, will be a retired individual, such as a Don Powell, who's contracting with the city. Right now, we cannot have a retired city manager from a PERS agency because it conflicts with the benefits and they have to go back into PERS. This would help you in that case, where you could have a potentially, retired city manager who's here part-time running the city at whatever contract he negotiates with the city council at the time. But yes, it wouldn't be enticing at all. PEPRA now, if a PERS member separates from a city, you have 6 months essentially to find another PERS job to go in at a classic member. If that 6 months lapses, then you go in under
the new
PEPRA's new tier.
I see the new deal. Okay.
But this exercise has started just so we can make a point and say, hey.
Yeah, I think this
Correct.
is for discussion after.
Plus, I'd like to see the number
Yeah,
anyways.
we want to see the number.
There's no downside to see the number.
Yeah, but I think in this discussion after, we have any community input? Anyone would like to be heard on this before we go back to council? It appears not, which I kind of expected. So, okay, now we're back to the discussion issues.
I'd like to see the number. There's really no downside to see the number. We have an estimate, but we don't know the real number. I'd just like to learn more. It doesn't cost us anything. And I do want to make a statement to the public at large, whereas I do hope this gets a lot of press because I think it opens a lot of eyes. Are we going to change anything? Are we going to do it if it's $2.7 million? Probably not. We don't have that kind of money. But I still think it's a good path to go down. I don't see why it's bad.
I agree, but I'd like the statement to CalPERS from the council to be in its simplest language, and
I think
the other statement can maybe go to the newspaper or to the Century or someplace else versus on that bottom line.
I think
like the
let me
camera.
respond to that.
Okay,
I think the significance of the recitals in the recitation is that because it comes out of a city council, it lets the public see that an actual elected agency has looked at this and said, come on, this is crazy. Look at these issues, all right? We want our numbers. We want to make full disclosure of this. And I think because it comes out of that resolution of the council, it's going to get more attention. And I think until this issue gets it, this is something that you frequently like to deal with, Deborah, some of these important public issues. This is such a significant issue.
I do it.
It affects, it affects not only the city, it affects, everybody in the state and probably beyond the state. And when I put this together, I tried to hit on the significant bullet point issues. I think the red line, I'm sorry it didn't come out in a black line. I think it's better than this. It's a little cleaner, more organized. And frankly, if it were to go, even if this were to go, if council's not happy with it in that form, if it were to go to a committee with a couple of people and let them clean it up even more, or if you wanted to bring it back the next month, we could do that. But I think the bottom line is the reality is we're probably not going to be able to get out of this. The concern is that we are basically locked into a pension plan that in all candor is a state-sanctioned Ponzi scheme. The governor's called it that as I read it. The problem with it is, and I've tried to deal with another agency, the problem is that if you try and make the change and you stop the money from the new people, guess what? There's not enough money to take care of the people that are in there, which is why it's been characterized as a Ponzi scheme. You have to keep feeding it. It should stand on its own. If new people do something else, this system should carry on and cover it. It doesn't. And you can't price it. It's speculative. No one knows how much it's going to cost to pay somebody their salary for the rest of their life when they retire at age 55. No one knows what the earnings are going to be all
Life
those funds in the interim.
expectancies are
Nobody knows
going
what the
up
cost of living
tremendously.
increases are going to be. The bottom line is, it's a completely speculative fund, and when we agree to pay it, we're agreeing to pay public funds out on an open ticket, and we have no idea what it is. It's a blank check. And the deficits they've run to date have shown that, and the governor's alluded to it as a Ponzi scheme. So it's bad news. It's not in my opinion, it's not a sustainable fund. It's clearly speculative, and I think the recitals here, if the council wants to look into it and pass the resolution, at least it's the sense of council that this is what's going on and that it's inappropriate and that we don't want to be a party to it and that we'd like to know what it would cost for us to get out of it. Now, as a practical matter, from what I've seen, it's highly unlikely we're going to be able to fund getting out of this. So what that means is that you're forced essentially to stay into a Ponzi scheme, and you're forced to enhance the damages and allow this more and more people to go in and this deficit to continue to compound and become worse. But unfortunately, we've got our limitations. We may have to live with it. I think the state has sanctioned a Ponzi scheme, and it doesn't like it, but doesn't know how to get out of it. And we can't get out of it unless they want to, give us a viable number, which I doubt will happen. It's going to take state law changes to change this system, and it'll be a huge fight. But it's a bad system. How do you contribute? How do you participate in a fund with government monies that you don't know how much it's going to cost? And you write a blank check, and you continue to put people into this fund and accumulate millions and billions of dollars on a bigger scale in deficits. So, my thought was that we request our numbers, tell them we're not happy with it. We don't like the way this program works. We don't think it's viable. We don't think it's the type of fund that a government agency or anybody ought to be investing in, that it's tantamount to a Ponzi scheme and a blank check, and let it be known. And, they're going to come back, they're going to give us our numbers. I'm sure it's probably going to be more than we can expend, and Villa Park will have done what it can do to address the issue. I think that's all we can really do.
Then why don't we give them just a letter of intent blank, and when they come back with a $6 million number, we can say, for the following reasons.
You can do that.
And we'll do it on the back end.
You can
But
do
right
it.
now,
You can
let's
do it
just-
at the back end, or
yeah.
you can do it at the front end. But I don't know what.
Well, here's the question.
what's the
Here's
resolution
question.
then?
Here's the question. I hear your
The
frustration.
sense of council. I mean, whatever you guys want to do.
I hear your frustration,
Yeah.
and I know that dealing with the fire authority has made it more frustrating because the problem is significant.
Bigger there.
When we first started talking about this, we were looking at a number that looked like it might be $1.2 million, and thinking, is it possible? Is it possible to do it? But once we got beyond those preliminary numbers and into the probable numbers, and it became obvious that we couldn't afford to buy our way out of PERS, we can't afford it. And the numbers fluctuate wildly, apparently, from month to month. I guess it depends on which day you ask them. It sounds to me like you have a twofold purpose of this. This exercise is, number one, to find out what is, at least
The
for
real
that,
number.
that day. At least that day. It's only going to be for that day. That's the problem. What for that day is going to be the actual unfunded pension liability that the city holds. Just for that day. And of course, if we ask the same question a month later, it could be a completely different number depending on variations in the market and all kinds of other things. The second part of this really is a PR stunt to call attention to the problem. And I applaud you for that. I don't think that we need to pass a resolution that sounds like a PR stunt to call attention to the problem. But I do think that you should take your verbiage here, minus the fact that we are being breaching our fiduciary duty. If you want to say that you are, that's fine, but don't say that I am. I think that you should then follow up by taking your own verbiage here and writing a nice op-ed piece or writing a press release from the city and doing it that way. The biggest problem to me is that no matter what we do, even if we could afford to buy ourselves out of this system, because we are a contract city, our real financial threat comes from the fire authority and the sheriff's department. And there's very little we can do with the fire authority. There seems to be almost nothing we can do with the sheriff's department. And we've certainly seen what's happened with, pay and benefits The pension is what the large portion of what we're paying for our sheriff's contract is right now. So even if we get ourselves out, we are not in any way dealing with the real retirement liability threat that the city faces. So I'll be happy to go along with your exercise just to get the number for that day. I think that we should probably, I will agree with Deanna Fasinelli on this. I think we should just go ahead and go with their pat resolution to trigger the system, and let them get to work on giving us a solid number. And I think we should do it because, as I was alluding to earlier on in the conversation, the Orange County Grand Jury has done an outstanding job of laying out that this is a huge problem for the county and all municipalities. They've got findings and recommendations, and part of those recommendations is getting to the root of this to find out what the real deal is. So we should do it for that reason, if for no other reason.
Interestingly, you'll note, if you look at the grand jury's report, I believe it shows Villa Park at $1 million deficit, or thereabouts.
Well, Rick, I for one think this is a great exercise, and we should get on with it.
Yeah,
So-
let's just do it. I'll be and I'll be glad to make the motion that we pass the resolution 20143288, the version, the short version, the one-page version, CalPERS form version. I would make that motion.
Second.
I guess I'll make a substitute motion on this, that we do the, let me think about this for a minute, because I really don't want to drag this out either, but I would like to see council take a position on it. So let me talk about this for a minute, see what council feeling on it are. Well, so it gets, I would like to see the city make a statement. I don't care
Put
if
out a
it's
press
everything
release.
that's in the.
Put out a press release, Rick. Take this stuff and put out a press release. Seriously, I'm asking you to do that.
On behalf of the council? I mean,
Yes.
that's what we could do, make a
Yes.
press release on behalf of the council.
Yeah, you can do that.
Well, that will
Take
do.
this-
That's
just-
fine.
The
let's-
question
let's-
is,
let's
that
work-
would work, but the question is how much mileage are you gonna get out of it?
More, fine.
That's the question.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
If he writes a good piece and he's got the bare bones right here, you can probably get it published in the Register, and you can send it off to Forbes and everybody else, and then your name will be everywhere, and you're a star. But let's just do the work here by just doing the resolution.
I really don't care about being a star, to be honest
But
with you.
I
I
think
just
that
like to see,
I
I'd
think
like to
what
see
you
this.
lay out
I'd like
here
to see
is,
something.
in fact, accurate information.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
But I think that we should
So how do we?
not complicate what we're attempting to do by going there.
Adopt both resolutions.
Yeah.
Only send the CalPERS form version, and keep the other in our books for the.
All right.
Well,
All right.
I want to
all
work
right.
on.
That's what I had
Let's-
mentioned.
yeah.
Can we do
Can
that?
I- well, no, but can we work on the other one though, then?
Yes.
I
Let's-
want to do that.
Let's just pass this tonight, and then
Treat that as a separate resolution and address it.
separate later. Can we do that?
Next time.
Yeah, I don't,
Bring it back next month.
I don't have a problem with that. So, so how do we tailor this to, well, I guess we want to do a little committee. I'd be happy to do that. Anybody want to sit on
Can
that?
we just go
I'll
ahead
sit
and
on it.
vote on the
I'll
motion
sit on it
that's
because I
on
don't
the-
want to sign it unless they
That's three.
rip it apart.
Can we call for the vote?
Two, right?
Can we call for the vote on the motion that's on the table first, and then
Yeah.
talk about this other issue?
The motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2014-3288, which is the CalPERS form version,
Correct.
which gives notice of intention to terminate the contract between the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System and the City of Villa Park. Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Reese.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasinelli.
Yes.
Mayor Barnett.
Yes.
That motion carries 5-0. Now we can discuss forming an ad hoc committee to tailor and Villa Park-ize
Be happy
the other
to sit on it.
resolution.
I mean, I would obviously like to be on that committee since I wrote it.
Do you need a committee? Can't you? You wrote it. Why don't we just sit
Because
down
I
and
wrote
sit
it
down and
here,
rewrite
and there's
it
still
again and bring it to
concerns.
us?
It would be nice to have some vetting here. because
But you're not gonna write this as a resolution, are you? Aren't you gonna write it as a statement or a press release
I
from the
guess
city
that-
of Villa
I
Park?
guess that
Get
probably-
rid of all the whereases and make it readable so that the average human being can understand the severity of the situation that communities, cities, counties throughout the state are facing.
I'm not
But
sure.
I don't think it gets mileage, though, if it's an article like that. I'm not so sure about that.
How many resolutions have you seen published in the paper? Zero.
Why not-
Absolutely zero.
She's right on that.
Get it with Megan and write it. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
fine.
a city press release would be advantageous. What do we need to do? We just have to get council have to review that item and then approve it for publication? How does that work?
Yeah, I'd recommend that it come back to council for approval since it's going to be in the name of the council and not an individual council member.
Okay, then
Yeah,
actually,
fine.
if it's done informally, then I guess we don't really have a Brown Act issue. If it's gonna, whatever's gonna be vetted and presented to council and agendized, it really is not much of an issue, is it?
Right, so it will be, if, for example, Mr. Mayor, you draft the press release or statement or whatever it is, it would be presented as part of the agenda packet and available for review in advance of the meeting. Everyone will have an opportunity to review, and then it'll be approved or not approved, as the council desires, at that meeting.
That's one option. If you wanted to have the force of the council statement, that this is a statement from the council of the city of Villa Park. The other option, quite frankly, is for you to write it and put it out.
I mean,
As
that's
Rick
easy.
Barnett.
Yeah, I think it's better as a council item.
Fine.
Yeah, I agree.
That's fine.
Yeah, I would do
I'm
it
fine
as a
with that.
council.
And if you're sticking pretty much with the meat of this, minus the,
Yeah,
I-
we'll clean up
the
the-
breach of fiduciary duties.
I mean, the reason I'm not concerned, I
approach is a
picked up
yes.
on that as well. The reason I'm not concerned about the breach of fiduciary duty is because we don't really have a choice. You know, you don't breach a duty when you don't control it.
Then don't
So,
say it.
yeah, anyway, we'll deal with that. All right, so we passed that one. We've got this informally on the table, so I guess we're on to the next item.
Yay.
I'll second that, I'm tired.
So it is.
Consent,
Rick's
huh?
tired.
Yeah. Consent calendar, okay, who wants to pull some? Greg? Deborah? No?
No, nothing.
Okay. Deanna?
No.
Nothing, no.
I'm gonna pull number 9. I had a couple of brief comments on that. So let me, so we wanna go ahead and
If it
move.
pleases the mayor, I'll move the balance.
Okay,
Second.
I'll go ahead. All right, Jared, we're voting on 5 to 8, I guess.
Yes, the remainder of the consent calendar. Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Councilman Reese.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasenelli.
Yes.
Mayor Burnett.
Yes. All right,
5-0,
let's go
and then on to 9.
on to number 9 that I pulled. I just remember making a couple notes on this. It will be very brief.
Good time, yeah. Let's just see.
Okay. All right, my note is on page, it hasn't have, wait, page 4. All right, item R3, it says recommendation, each city's budget should show separate line items for predicted employee and predicted employer contributions for the city pension system.
Is that what we're trying to get?
Yeah, well, what they're asking for is, they're asking for our response to this. And the city's response is, the city currently provides a line item depicting the sum of the retirement contributions for the employer. Retirement costs the employer are currently reported as a percentage, but will be implemented as a dollar figure in the next cycle. My note merely alluded to the fact that it's difficult, if not impossible, to predict future contributions because of the vague factor, the vague bases upon which you have to make the projections. But you know what? I'm not going to mess with that. Not tonight. It's just I'm not even sure exactly what they're asking for. It's so vague you can't tell what period they're talking about. So I'm not going to pursue that. My next note was at My next item related to R4, I believe it's R4. Each city's budget, this is the grand jury's request and the city's responses, and I read through them and I just had some comments. This one, the R4, talks about the city's plans to address possible uses of reserves to accelerate amortization of unfunded pension liabilities. And again, my concern is that I'm thinking that our response might want to allude to the fact that we really don't know what the exposure for unfunded liabilities is. It changes constantly, and we get it from CalPERS. It's not an issue really for us to budget. The only thing we could do would be to make a demand on them for what our unfunded liability is, which is what we've already done. So you know what? I toss that out there. I'm not sure.
Were these responses, if I can ask a question, prepared by Mr. Litvin?
No, typically when we respond to these requests, we query the other cities and how they're responding, and everybody submits a uniformed response.
Our responses are slightly different, though.
Sure, yes,
because
absolutely.
we're actually doing a better job in some of these areas
Absolutely.
than many other cities are.
And I think we were responding to the unfunded actual liability, which is stated in our actual report that we get 2 years and.
That's what you did.
And so, yeah, we said, okay, we can talk about that. It's, what is $1.8 million, I think, is what our unfunded actual liability is based on their actuarial valuation report. Makes no sense. But we can talk, I mean, we can make a note in our, when we talk about our reserves, saying we have $1.3 million in our general fund reserves that could be used to fund that source. So that's, we're just saying that, yeah, we could put a little sentence in there saying it could be used.
How does this interface? I mean, we just got a 2.8, we had a $3.5 million deficit estimation. Now we got a 2.8. You're talking about 1.8, and it kind of makes my point in terms of the response. My comment was merely that, did we want to add a comment here to the effect that, you know, how do we really budget for this? It's completely out of our control, and we don't even have the number unless we make a request to withdraw from CalPERS. And I just thought that it might be a meaningful item to put in there in the response to the grand jury, so that if they see the response, they go, like, oh, the city's saying here, they don't even know what their deficit is. They have to threaten to withdraw to even get an estimate. I just thought that might be meaningful information for whoever reviews these at the grand jury level to have, because the reality is, without making that demand, without making that request to depart from CalPERS, we don't know what the unfunded liability is.
Well, actually, that's not true. They give you in the actuarial valuation, they give you your unfunded actuarial liability as of the date of 2 years prior. And so that's what they're talking about. They're talking about, can you state what you would do? And so our response was, sure, we can use the actuarial report that we use when we use it the year 2 years prior.
The
That's
two-year-old report we're going to use for our projections when it's already 2 years old?
Which everybody uniformly has. So we would respond to it, yes, as of this date, this money, it says $1.8 million. We have $1.3 million in our reserves. You know, so I mean, we can address it in verbiage, saying this is what they state. We have thought about it. We're addressing it. I think that's what they're trying to say. Is like, have you even thought about this concept? Yeah. And yes, we're saying we can.
That's fine. All I was alluding to was that if they want to talk about planning and projection, we don't have current numbers, and the only way we get them a current number, when you're talking about projections, you're trying to work with current data and future numbers. So, you know, pretty tough to get it without a request. The last comment I had was mere semantics at the very end in closing. You know, we say, thanks for the opportunity. Please, our current practice are consistent. Should you have any questions, blah, 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 please. I was going to suggest we throw something where hopefully the grand jury will be able to implement its recommendations county-wide. Something to that effect, just a thought. That's all I got. I'm not going to waste any more time on it, unless somebody else has a comment, and I suspect not. On to item number 10.
Do we have to approve this because
Yeah,
they're
we have to-
asking for our approval to send
I'm
this as a
sorry.
response?
Sorry, we gotta move the
motion?
item. Yeah, and you know what? I will go ahead and move that item. My comments were observational, if you will, so. You got a second?
Second.
Jared?
Take the voice vote on this one. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, carries.
All right, item 10.
All right.
Guidelines concerning
Yep.
accessibility of city records. Have you got a report on that one, Jared?
I will kick this over to Mayor Pro Tem Basanelli.
I wanted some clarification here. When this came up, and the article is attached on the Aliso Viejo mayor who took the city's email. Didn't take it, he asked, and it was given to him. And he's in trouble now. And so I came to Jared and said, I want to make sure that that doesn't happen here. And also to clarify whether or not our email list from the e-network is part of the public domain. Can anybody ask for it from the Freedom Information Act? And if they can't, I want to make sure that we make it known that they can't, so that nothing happens in the future and that their privacy rights are upheld. So,
Anybody can request the records, but it's our position that the information is privileged and confidential, and we would not give it out.
so if a council member comes to you, I think that I know it's your position, and I think that I'd like the council to actually, if everyone agrees with us, I'd like to, at least some discussion, to have a policy that we're not allowed to have it. But it's just something for discussion here.
I agree.
The city's
I agree
list,
with that.
right?
The city's
The
list.
e-network.
The city's e-network list. This
Has
is
That's-
ever
that
had
would not
anyone
be right.
request it from you? I didn't think so.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think so either, but when I saw this, I mean, you do have change of personnel, you do have things coming, and we don't have a policy that says that. So it's up for discussion.
The policy should be employ common sense. That's my direction to you.
That's too vague.
And then, yeah, you're right.
It's privileged.
It happens.
It's
Well,
it's
you know, I mean,
privileged.
like
Shouldn't be
our
given out.
do not solicit registry is not, that's not protected because you're giving that out to people.
Right.
But people sign up for the e-network in the same way? Do they, I don't know.
Oh,
I
that's
just told you.
interesting.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
No, I don't think
I
so.
just told
Yeah,
you I
what's
want
the
to be on
difference?
it.
Yes. So for somebody to sign up on the
That's
eNet, I have to
suppressed
see if it has the
also.
function in an eNet. Say you forward it to one of your friends, they could click a subscribe button.
Yes.
Other than that, they call into the city. They say, "Here's my email address. Please add me to the eNet," and we send on. And that's how we do
Somebody
it.
could forward something and then click to unsubscribe and end up unsubscribing the initial subscriber, and that may explain why I get complaints from people that they are no longer on the e-network. I know it happens with a couple of other organizations that I work with. That would explain it. I was gonna I'm glad to see this brought up. I read the same article and I thought, wow, how stupid that somebody, first of all, that a councilman did it, and that a city manager actually went along with it, thinking it was all right. But I thought it
It
was.
wasn't the city manager. It was a consultant who gave it to him.
Oh, a
City-
consultant did
Yes,
it.
who was in there. So that's the
mayor
problem.
got it?
The mayor to ask for it.
what I
So that's when I say we have, we do have different personnel. We do have different council people. This honest mistake, leave it as it is. And I don't want that to happen because, first of all, if it is going to happen,
Do we
then
have
you need to let residents know
Do we
whether
have
it's private or not.
consultants that have access to this?
No, in this instant, the consultant ran the city's eNet or their eNews, which was their press release. Here, our data is hosted on another website, and we don't even host the data. So perhaps there can be a hack or a security breach, and they can access the system. I highly doubt somebody would call.
We have a contract with that individual. We don't
It's a
have
free service.
It's a free service. Ooh, did not know that.
You know, with all due respect, although I respect Deanna's concern, especially after they had a problem down south, but if you're going to do this, I think you really need to do a comprehensive deal and try and allocate, what's confidential, what the policies, blah, blah, blah. I, for one, am not too interested in spending the time on that, and I think she's made the point clear and highlighted it with council, that we got to be careful of these items. And I personally think that probably enough. I think if we really get into this, it's going to be a big project, and we haven't had an issue. I think if council is just aware that any city information, if we have any question at all on it, we need to check with the city manager and council before we take any action with it. That's the way I'm approaching it. So my suggestion would be to leave it at that, but whatever you want to do, Deanna.
We
Oh, I brought it to council.
draft a policy of how to use the eNet, what organizations and associations can distribute material on it, such as the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, the Women's League, the Foundation, and then through that, how to use the city's eNet policy, we can address, that this is privileged and confidential
It'd have to
information.
come through you, though, to publish it on ENET,
Correct.
not someone else, yeah.
That's why the other reason I'm not too concerned about it, because Jared's pretty cautious and he goes to council if he has questions, and I always go to him. So I'm not overly concerned, and I think you'd have to address a lot of stuff you really want to be comprehensive. This is one item just because something happened to pop up on it. I think you'd have to make a comprehensive plan on it, and I think now that you've alerted us and the article did, then
Well, it's
we'll just be
noted that
cautious.
I've noted it to make sure, put everybody on alert. I would like to see a policy, but that's okay. That's why we brought it to council for the future.
Are we done with the
Good point.
conversation?
Take an action, or are we done with that one?
No, it's just, there was no action.
There's no action. You guys don't want a policy?
All right. Individual council member items. Should we start over here? I get the left with Greg.
Oh, yes. We had Friends of the Villa Park Library meeting, and they've been discussing, of course, the results of the races and trying to have it's been down a little bit, the amount of folks at the race, and the costs have gone up to host it. So they're looking for, other ways to enhance that and get more people, and also some other fundraising events. Also at the foundation, we heard from Julia tonight about the Halloween Fest in about 4 weeks. Actually 6 weeks, or something like that. And then, of course, we'll have the Santa Claus. The Santa Claus fire truck will be the 13th of December, and the boat parade is on the 14th of December this year. Do not coincide with the orange tree lighting, I believe, is the main reason for that. I would like to request of Michelle and I brought this up to the city manager earlier several times this week, about a comparison of GASB and GAP principles, how they compare. Maybe you want to shoot me that I'm going to ask this question, but it's something I think that's related back to what Rick's bringing up about the way things are funded. I mean, any business would be arrested to run a business the way that the government does, and I think the bringing this up in a full front view is a good thing. The last thing is the vector. We have a new vector. Another type of mosquito that's infiltrating the southern Los Angeles County area and coming into Orange County. So this is the one that can actually can be dried up and rehydrated and live. Very nice.
Wow.
And it comes in from Asia again.
That's something.
The other thing too is they went into great detail telling us about why mosquitoes bite us. It's got to do with carbon dioxide and people with a sitting metabolic rate. Certain people are predisposed to be more bitten than others, believe it or not. So anyway, that's my tidbit for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. All right, Deborah?
Very interesting. I don't have anything to report, but I have 3 items that I would like to bring out. We talked earlier about drought-tolerant landscape projects in medians. I have seen nothing come out on that. It's getting close to time to plant. You told me that Public Works had been going around and kind of gathering where they thought should be the best locations. I'm hoping that we're going to be heading somewhere in the next month or so with some sort of report on where we're going to start. It's been budgeted for, so what's going on with that?
It has been budgeted for, and actually I spoke to Mike about this week because we got a complaint on a couple of the meetings. So he's out there, he's getting some ideas, and we'll start planning again. getting rid of the actual drip irrigation emitters that are in some of the that are in some of the previously established drought tolerant mediums, because it's all dead by now. I mean, I'm looking at succulents and pebbles type DG material.
Okay.
Mike's looking at.
So are we going to have something before us in October, a plan of some sort? When are we going to?
I wasn't planning on taking it to council. It's all under my signing authority, and would just, rather than being bureaucratic with it, just get it done.
Okay, great. I just keep waiting for something to happen. I haven't seen anything. I just want to make sure we're on track with that. And I had wanted many, many months ago to discuss committees, the numbers of committees, the purpose of the standing committees, to kind of have a discussion on whether or not some of them are even necessary. And I was discouraged from doing that, but I still think I would like to have that discussion next month before I'm off the council. And then the final thing, and I'm hoping that that's going to come before us soon. I think all of us are aware of a beautification arbor that was put on a property that's requiring a variance. This is, I think, one of those cleanup pieces of legislation, those get it off the books things, and so I'm hoping that that'll come before us next month. Is that possible to work that out soon enough that we do not have citizens required to pay $3,500 for variance if they want an arbor, particularly since there are so many of them that have been put up throughout the city as the city's rules come and go. Some people have paid, some people haven't, and this is one of those things that I just don't think is necessary.
Yeah, that was something that Megan and I were also discussing earlier tonight, and there is perhaps a way we can do it administratively with some creative interpretation. So it may or may not come back to council as a cleanup in October.
Is that something that we could, is there a change we could make to switch that to so that it's a conditional use item instead of a variance item? She's shaking her head yes, and you're going no, Jared.
I thought a variance is any reduction in the side yard setback.
Well,
So I don't know if that's a city decision or if it's a state planning decision that defines what a conditional use permit is or what a variance is. We can look. The conditional use permit is $1,800. Even at that, my recommendation would be they're approved all throughout the community. When is the last time city council has denied such a variance?
Exactly.
Let's clean it up, write it into the code, but we need to make sure we draft it carefully so that we do not have panda bears going up in the right of way designed as an arbor, or football helmets, or something unattractive and not aesthetically pleasing.
But it's on your desk right now to work.
It is, yes.
Got that memo, so.
Yeah.
I think as opposed to just trying to get around this one, that this is another fine example of something that we should not require a variance with some parameters, as you point out, for our residents.
For the time being, we're not penalizing them and we're evaluating our options.
Thank you. Those are the only 3 items. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to be real quick. I don't have anything. Go ahead, Deanna.
Well, I had several meetings since the last council meeting with OUSD, and I won't go through the dates, but I've had more than I want to have. But I did have one very important one that I did sit down with the superintendent and with their business director and discuss the bond in detail. And it was a fact-finding mission. It wasn't an opinion-finding mission, because they're aware of my opinion of it not being a good thing for the city of Villa Park. I appreciated their time. I caution everybody to read what the bond actually is going to do. It is not going to fix all of the bathrooms that are on that campus. It is only going to fix the bathrooms up in the front. And I just caution everyone. And I would like everyone to do the math on how much it's going to cost you for the next 30 years and then vote accordingly. I met with Serrano Water Board. They had their monthly meeting, and they gave a wonderful seminar here that was a packed room and not enough chairs in City Hall to have everybody come. It's the first time I've seen that many people in here since the fireworks. It was great. They enjoyed it. They've had a lot of phone calls. As of last week, they had 4 people who were removing the turf and putting in artificial ones. So people are actually doing things to save water right now. So they're doing a very good job over there. Other than that, That's it. Those are my highlights.
Brad? Thank you.
On 8/27, there was Orange County Sanitation meeting. Just a little report. About 8 months ago, they had 626 full-time employees. They now have 590 due to attrition and not replacing and more automation. So that's kind of good. Also, currently, Orange County Sanitation produces and sends over 88 million gallons a day to Orange County Water Department right next door. And that goes through their GW groundwater replenishment system, GWRS, which produces, out of the 88 million they send, it produces 68 million gallons a day that we put down under our groundwater. Half of it goes to the ocean barrier to keep the salt water from intruding in. The other half of it goes up here to Lakeview Avenue right by us, and it permeates down in the ground. They're going to be increasing that to 120 million gallons a day in February or March, coming up shortly, to kind of help with the drought. And Orange County Water District will make 90 million gallons a day out of that 120 they get. So that's kind of cool. And then just to reiterate what Deanna mentioned on the Serrano Water meeting we had here at City Hall, amazing how many people came. It's a big subject. Everyone, I know, Jared, it is on the TV running, is it right now? Yeah, that website, bewaterwise.com, very cool, all kinds of rebates. I've been on it, scoping it all out, and I already identified a bunch for my home. There's just so many different rebates available, and that's it. That's all I have.
Brad, is that the reverse osmosis water you're talking about?
Yeah, it does waste some to make some.
That's the drinkable water.
Correct.
It's cleaner than the water that they take out for us to drink.
Yeah, at Orange County San, it's secondary treated water. It's very clean, but nowhere near drinkable. After it goes through GWRS, it's fully drinkable. No one drinks it at that point. I mean, I've drinking it. You know, they'll serve it to you in a cup, and it's beautiful. But no one drinks it per se. So they just inject it underground. It filters down, permeates, then it becomes drinking water.
Right, after they dirty it up from the thorough cleaning with the
It's
reverse
so
osmosis
clean.
system.
Yeah, that's
I know.
correct.
There's other countries that drink it and think it's silly that we push it into the ground. But anyway, thank you. Staff got any comments?
The only thing I would like to announce is the candidates forum that's being held here October 1st. I believe letters were finally sent out to all the candidates.
Donna.
Donna.
I'm Donna.
Donna.
Donna? Cool, Donna, nice to meet you.
Well, you know, I gotta tell you, I found out that many candidates found out about it either through your e-network or reading about it in the paper. And I've put on many candidates forums. I have never in my life done it in such a fashion where I didn't reach out to all the candidates first to make sure they knew and were available for that date.
You're preaching to the choir.
I just was stunned. I was stunned by how it was done. That's just inappropriate.
Apparently the e-net was a little premature.
It-
But
so was-
October 1st, it will be held here at City Hall and televised as well.
Well, there's also a reason why it's that date too.
Why?
Because the absentee ballots go out that weekend, and the
Well,
voting starts
they go
that
out
next week.
They go out the 8th.
Well, that's the next week.
Any further staff comments? All right, I did think up one little item. I just really hope that we didn't cause a real problem on Serrano with that sign deal. I am so no, I'm not. That's all I'm doing. My comment was just it was like a closing hope for the meeting. I hope we did not make a gigantic mess out of Serrano.
I'll buy you a cup of coffee
Yep.
and you can come sit in the corner and watch with me.
That's what I'm afraid of. That said, meeting adjourned. Thank you all.
Hallelujah.
You join me? I'll get